Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Good afternoon, Finance Committee. Today is Thursday, February 9th, 2023. We have 10 bills for your consideration this afternoon. We will start with Senate Bill 170, then Senate Bill 206, Senate Bill 198, Senate Bill 172, Senate Bill 178, Senate Bill 197, Senate Bill 228, Senate Bill 230, Senate Bill 180, and Senate Bill 214. We will have members in and out of the room during the hearing today for bill hearings, but we're going to go ahead and proceed with the distinguished chair of the 3E Committee, Senator Feldman, who is presenting Energy Generation Projects Required Labor Standards. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I bring up my sponsor panelists, Bill Kress, Steve Lanning, and Jamie Kurilla?
Absolutely.
And let me say at the outset, Senate Bill 170 is actually, last session we had a somewhat broader version of this bill, which required community benefit agreements and the law like, which caused some pushback. This is a narrow bill, but last year's bill, let me just start by saying, Madam Chair, that broader bill actually passed out of this committee 11-0. Let me repeat, 11-0, with Senators Hershey and Reedy voting green. And I know there'll be some discussion about it, but it did pass 11-0. This narrower bill only applies, let me just say, only applies to energy projects that are 2 megawatts or greater that need a certificate of public convenience from the Maryland Public Service Commission. So what we're talking about with this bill only applies to these big projects with major impacts on the community. Senate Bill 170 is designed to do two very, very straightforward things. Number one, help access the Inflation Reduction Act tax credit money that was designed by the United States Congress to supercharge the clean power projects around the nation. And number two, to put in place measures to ensure that Maryland's energy generation projects create quality family supporting jobs for Marylanders, as we have done in other bills in the energy space. So Senate Bill 170 simply requires a couple of things. It requires developers of these large projects to, number one, pay prevailing wage rates to the construction workforce, as we've done in some other bills, which I'll mention in a minute. And number two, provides various certification of compliance requirements for contractors and subcontractors, include certifying that they will or have properly classified the workers, meaning not classifying them as independent contractors when they should be classified as employees. We've done similar labor standard provisions way back in the old Offshore Wind Act of 2013. We put in place a number of labor standards. Just this past term, 2 sessions ago in 2021, we passed a geothermal bill to incentivize geothermal projects, and we put labor standards into that bill. That piece of legislation passed unanimously, like this last year's bill passed unanimously out of this committee, unanimously on the Senate floor, and was signed into law by Governor Hogan. Outside of energy, we've done similar bills providing provisions for labor standards when it had to do with the MGM project at National Harbor, the Port of Covington project. So this bill is not breaking any new ground. The bottom line, Madam Chair, members of the committee, is that Maryland and the nation are in the middle of a shift to transition to renewable energy. And there is a large amount of federal money beginning to flow to the states. So I mentioned the Inflation Reduction Act. There are $370 billion, I want to repeat that, $370 billion in the Inflation Reduction Act passed the United States Congress last year for clean energy projects over the next decade. In November of 2022, the IRS, the U.S. Treasury Department, IRS, published guidance on the Inflation Reduction Act's prevailing wage and apprenticeship requirements. And under those provisions and regulations, taxpayers must meet the prevailing wage and apprentice requirements in those regs for facilities where construction begins on or after January 29th of 2023. in order to be eligible for 30% tax credits for eligible clean energy projects. So the main goal of this bill, quite candidly, is to align us here in Maryland on these big major energy projects, align us with the criteria set forth in those regulations set out by the United States Treasury as part of the Inflation Reduction Act guidance measures. And again, one of the goals, I think this session for me, and I think should be for the General Assembly, is to maximize the likelihood of us here in the state of Maryland accessing those federal dollars. So that's one of the main goals. And the prevailing wage requirements are part and parcel of accessing part of that $370 billion in federal largesse for clean energy projects. Secondly, aside from accessing federal dollars, from a policy standpoint, I do believe it's important to ensure that Maryland's shift to renewable energy is a transition that provides good paying jobs for all Marylanders. So it does make sense for the state to establish workforce standards, labor standards for energy generation projects, just as we did in 2013 for offshore wind projects, as we've done in some of the other projects, as we did for geothermal projects here in this committee in 2021. That increases the likelihood of jobs being created locally for Marylanders, pay good wages, mitigates the shifting of health coverage and other costs to the taxpayers, a more important priority for this committee, provides for a higher supply of apprenticeship programs, which is also included in this bill, which again turns and leads to higher wages, economic opportunities for less educated workers, apprenticeships to train the next generation of skilled workers in Maryland. And then finally has the effect of injecting economic stimulus into local economies, local workers, local income taxes go up and the like. And with the passage of Senate Bill 170, Maryland would be joining other states who've done similar thing with their high energy, large energy projects, these labor standards. We've got Illinois, Connecticut, New Jersey, Oregon, Washington, Minnesota, New York, again, have passed laws establishing labor standards for these very large energy projects, and we're aligned with that. I do have one small amendment that I've submitted to the committee. We do have a group of projects, energy projects, which have already received approval by the Public Service Commission for a certificate of public convenience. And some of these smaller projects we've had the approval, they've already begun construction, and quite candidly are not even eligible for these investment tax credits I referenced earlier from the Inflation Reduction Act. And so I have a bill that provides that this bill only applies prospectively to new projects that can tap that Inflation Reduction action. These particular projects that would be covered by this amendment are not eligible. They're smaller and again would not be eligible, so they don't really need to be in this bill. That's that only amendment. The only opposition, there is some written opposition, nobody here in person to testify in opposition. There is some testimony written I noticed in the bill folder. It is very generic, I would say, opposition testimony to the concept of prevailing wage. It's similar, if not identical, to the opposition we received last session on this bill, or substantially similar bill. But nonetheless, last session, the bill passed unanimously out of this committee. And so with that, Madam Chair, I would just simply ask for a favorable with that one small amendment on Senate Bill 170. Happy to answer any questions, but I do have three sponsor panelists. Yes.
Madam Chair, if it's okay, I'm going to let Mr. Lanning go first.
Thank you, Chair Griffith and Vice Chair Klausmeier and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify in support of SB 170. My name is Steve Lanning. I'm the business manager of Labor's Local 11, an affiliate of the Labor's International Union of North America, or LIUNA for short. Local 11 represents more than 3,500 members across Maryland, Virginia, and the District of Columbia. Our members are proudly employed on many infrastructure construction projects across the region. More than half of our members are Maryland residents. LIUNA supports SB 170 and its establishment of prevailing wage on energy generation projects. As the state of Maryland shifts to a green economy and away from fossil fuels, it is essential that the jobs created by the transition are quality jobs with benefits. Prevailing wage standards are especially important because energy developers and construction contractors sometimes engage in business practices that do not promote quality jobs for local residents or opportunities for local businesses. These practices include use of a traveling workforce, effectively boxing out opportunities for local employment, reliance on temporary staffing agencies whose workers are paid wages so low they receive federal food assistance and Medicaid benefits, and misclassification of workers as 1099 independent contractors to avoid payroll taxes. Moreover, extending the state's prevailing wage to energy generation aligns with the General Assembly's goal to create quality infrastructure jobs. Economic analysis of the legislation reveals that labor costs are only 5% of the total cost of energy development projects. Those costs are capitalized over the useful life of the project. Consequently, this legislation will have no impact on retail energy rates. Attached to my testimony is a brief summary of a cost analysis prepared by Pinnacle Economics supporting the de minimis impact of prevailing wage on the cost of renewable energy projects. If SB 170 becomes law, Maryland would be joining other states like Illinois, Connecticut, New Jersey, Oregon, Washington, Minnesota, and New York that have already passed laws to establish prevailing wages on energy projects. Finally, SB 170 aligns with President Biden's goals in the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, which provides enhanced tax benefits for a range of clean energy projects that pay prevailing wage. I urge the committee to vote favorably on SB 170. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Griffith, Vice Chair Klausmeier, and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 170. My name is Jamie Carilla, and I'm the owner of Carilla Earthworks, which is a WBE and MBE small business contractor based in Prince George's County, Maryland. We specialize in stormwater utilities and site development services for commercial, industrial, environmental, and residential projects throughout Maryland. We're proud to be a small company that helps create middle-class construction jobs for Maryland residents. My company was in the first cohort of the Prince George's County Clean Water Partnership Mentor Protege program. We started the program with 2 employees and today employ 8 to 10. To date, we have performed more than $10 million worth of stormwater infrastructure work throughout the county. As a small Maryland-based contractor, I can tell you firsthand that requiring labor standards, especially prevailing wage on energy generation projects, will help my company compete and win work. That's because prevailing wage requirements level the playing field for reputable high road contractors like Carilla Earthworks. Prevailing wage prevents low road contractors from undercutting reputable contractors committed to paying decent wages and benefits. My company is a great example of how prevailing wage builds value into infrastructure investment. Prevailing wage promotes the success of local contractors and creates jobs for local residents, both of which help Maryland's economy. Carilla Earthworks would love to grow our business in Maryland even more and provide residents with quality, good paying jobs. The passage of Senate Bill 170 will help us make that happen. We are proud to be a small company that supports Senate Bill 170. Please issue a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Bill Kress here today on behalf of LiUNA. I want to thank Senator Feldman for his excellent explanation of the bill. I'm just going to hit on a couple of points. So prevailing wage is currently required for the offshore wind project. This would align solar projects of 2 megawatts or larger that have the same requirement for prevailing wage. There will be additional projects that may fall in it, but the vast majority of these projects we're talking about are solar. Secondly, and I think this is the most important part of this bill this year, different from last year, under the Inflation Reduction Act, there's a 30% tax credit for these developers. And it's contingent upon them paying federal prevailing wage. So if you pass this bill, you'll make the state policy consistent with the federal policy. That tax credit runs for 10 years, and then it phases out after year 11 and 12. We think it's the right policy for the state. We think it ensures that workers have not only a decent living wage, but also healthcare benefits and retirement benefits. I might want to point out to some of the newer members to explain briefly what prevailing wage is. It is the median wage in that county for the construction workers. So it's not a union wage, it's just the median wage of those construction workers in that county. We think this is a fair and reasonable policy, and we would urge a favorable report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Hershey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to set the record straight, as you know, Mr. Chairman, we did find the error of our ways from the committee vote and corrected that on the floor vote. So it did
I
not.
had forgotten that.
Yeah, I'm conveniently.
Just remember
yes.
your green vote on this bill last session and Senator Reed. I don't remember the floor.
So outside of that, just going back, and Mr. Kress started to talk about it. What type of energy generation projects does this really play into? Is it strictly solar?
So it's 2 megawatts or greater.
Right.
I think the vast majority of the projects in the pipeline for CPCN are solar. That's right.
Now, the solar industry is not here. Are they in favor of the bill or not?
So the Renewable Energy Association, I may not have that name correct, asked for an amendment related to 3 projects that have been awarded CPCN but have not started construction.
Right.
We support that amendment. I'm not aware of any opposition from the energy developers. I think the only opposition is from ABC.
But the energy developers are not supporting this bill, right?
They are not opposed to it. They're going to be paying prevailing wage under the federal Inflation Reduction Act if they want that 30% tax credit.
If they do. And right. You mentioned a number of states that have already gone this way, but outside of New Jersey and New York, nothing around this area?
I think the sponsor has the list. I don't have it right before me. I apologize.
Well, I think I don't know if you'd consider Connecticut.
No.
I don't know what states you said. I'm going to reel them off: Illinois, Connecticut, New Jersey, Oregon, Washington, Minnesota, New York. But yeah, I would say Connecticut and
Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia.
Well, look, if they don't want to have access to that 10%, 30% investment tax credit over the next 10 years, they can stand pat. I should, if I may, Mr. Senator Hershey, Madam Chair, a lot of that $370 billion that I referenced, a lot of it's going to be doled out in grants based on population. But a big chunk of it, according to the Treasury regs that I mentioned, is going to be competitive. So it's those states that put in place on the ground policies that are consistent with where the United States Congress is are going to be the states that are going to be the big beneficiaries of that big federal largesse. So I hope Virginia doesn't pass a bill like that. I think that positions Maryland to get a bigger chunk of that $370 billion, quite candidly.
And those are tax credits, is that what you said?
30% investment tax credit for large energy projects, which is exactly what we're trying to focus in on this bill. And that was not the case last year.
Okay, if they use prevailing wage.
Correct, and there's some other requirements about apprenticeships, which is also in this bill to help train folks for, again, as I say, the next generation of workers. That's also in the Inflation Reduction Act and also in this bill.
Okay. Let me just, Ms. Carella?
Correct.
Carella. You mentioned that you are in the competitive bid process for some projects. Is that what you were saying? You were struggling to compete?
Sure.
For projects, and you were a road contractor, is that what I call it?
We're a site, we're not road, we're site and utility contractor.
Site and utility. And why is it that you think that you can't, or we're not able to compete successfully on some projects?
Because we can be undercut by, we're a union contractor. So we pay the union rate at the very least, if not the prevailing wage, whichever is higher. And it puts us in competition with contractors that don't fall under those parameters. They
have lower labor costs than
exactly.
You do. Labor costs obviously can be determined by both hourly rate and number of hours, right? You're right. And is when you are not successful, are you at the same number of hours that they are? I mean, is that determined, or are you for sure that they are paying a different rate than you are?
It's mainly that they're paying a different rate than we are.
Okay.
We also provide benefits, a full realm of benefits, pension, healthcare, disabilities that also comes into play.
And that's much appreciated, but many merit shop contractors provide those as well too, right?
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, just again, you said offshore wind is not included. Is that because it's under a project labor agreement already, or
my understanding, and I think we might have another some more testimony on that topic. My understanding is when we created the Offshore Wind Act 2013, there were provisions in there, community benefit agreement, project labor agreement provisions, which I think addresses that issue. But I know that there may be some testimony that would like to bring offshore wind into the bill, but for that reason, at least introduced, we've excluded offshore wind because of the 2013 Act. And by the way, the Clean Energy Jobs Act as well, which passed out of this committee in 2019, I think may have some language in there as well, but it's really the original 2013 Offshore Wind Act that addresses the labor issues.
Okay. And then, Madam Chair, just one more question. There's a lot of information about the PIA and privacy in this. Is that right? Is there anything on this one? I thought there was a number of a few pages about reporting information, records from the Department of Labor, and
I mean, Senator, I'm not sure what you mean when you say PIA.
Public Information Act.
Prevailing rate, the certified payroll doesn't have to pay.
Are you asking whether or not the salaries are subject to a PIA request? I mean, if you're asking that, the answer is no.
That it is not.
It is not. So the wages are collected through a survey.
Okay.
That's done through the Department of Labor on an annual basis.
Okay. Thought there was some required reporting from the department. There was reason I asked. The fiscal note had the Department of Labor needed an additional person to manage everything that was going on, and I thought it had to do with their request for having to provide information for those that sought it. So
it's my experience that every prevailing wage bill the Department of Labor puts in, they need one more person.
Okay. All right.
But apparently there's no economy of scale.
No, not at all. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Mounts.
Thank you, Chairman. And I just wanted to make sure that I understood the way this currently works. So for a solar array, like a 5 megawatt solar array is being installed, is that currently, is prevailing wage currently required for those projects?
Not currently.
And those projects are required to get CPCN approval, right?
That's correct.
So if this becomes law, all the future projects greater than 2 megawatts would require the work being done all meet the standards of prevailing wage. Right?
Yeah, I think that's correct. And it would tie into the Inflation Reduction Act, the 30% tax credit that requires federal prevailing wage. So the reason you don't have energy developers here opposing this bill, in my opinion, is they're all going to be paying at least federal prevailing wage to get the tax credit. It's too much money to leave on the table. And that's good for the next 10 years. Now, you may ask, and I don't mean to filibuster, why we need this legislation. I think the simple answer would be that the legislation can change both federally and on a state level. So
I was interested because I'm familiar with the projects, but I've never asked, what are the wage requirements for the work that's being done? It's been other local issues and things like that, but thank you.
And there's a fair amount of disparity between the counties and what the prevailing wage is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just had a quick question, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure if you've seen in the bill folder, there was a testimony from someone I think we're going to hear from in a little bit that offered some different amendments. I wasn't sure if you'd had a chance to see those.
Yeah, well, I think I don't want to speak for him. I think former Senator Mano or somebody signed up about, I think it's directed at the issue of the offshore wind project. So this bill, as I mentioned to Senator Hershey, excludes offshore wind because was my understanding that was dealt with back in the original bill. I believe there may be an amendment proffered with the if we're talking about the same amendment.
It had something to do, and I'm showing my newness to the committee, but it was changing the 2 megawatts to 1 megawatt was one of the.
Okay, I'm not sure I've seen.
It's my understanding that the Inflation Reduction Act starts the prevailing wage requirement at 1 megawatt.
Okay, I have not seen that amendment.
I'll share them with you and we
okay.
get your input
Absolutely.
after the fact. Thank you very much. Looks like
Okay.
Senator Ellis has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. Being also new to this committee, and I have an idea what a prevailing wage is, and you defined that, Ms. Kress. But could you go a little deeper? Prevailing wage, union wage, and any other kind of wage that contractors might pay,
Sure.
and which is the best as far as in your esteemed opinion for our workers?
Sure. I'm with Labor's Local 11, so we're a union, so it might be a little biased, but on what's best. But that said, you basically, if you have just open shop, as long as at that point the laws that govern that is minimum wage, Maryland's minimum wage, and overtime after 40. That's the labor standard. Once you get in the prevailing rate, the way there's federal prevailing rate, state prevailing rate, and to Maryland's credit, they do an annual survey, as difficult and rigorous and time consuming as it is, in which they seek input from contractors about wages and benefits paid on various building and highway projects. That in many ways really reflects the prevailing rate in the state of Maryland. The federal government under the Davis-Bacon U.S. Department of Labor does surveys, but they do them not as regularly. And what you will find is that by the time one survey is done to another, if a certain rate does not prevail, that it's called a survey rate, that can lag tremendously by 10 plus years. We see that in Virginia. We're currently seeing in DC, where there's a couple of classifications of workers that their wages have not kept up with where the market is. That's a result of the U.S. Department of Labor not doing regular surveys, whereas the state of Maryland annually does a survey and aggressively seeks input from contractors from around the state, which in many ways, I think reflects the current prevailing rate for the state of Maryland.
Yeah, thank you. So each, say, classification of workers have their own prevailing wage. So you have concrete versus electrical line people. They all have their rate.
Yes.
Based on a survey that's conducted by the state.
Yes.
And so that's the prevailing wage, which is rate, which is in this bill. That is a good measure of what our construction workers should be paid.
Yeah, based on the Department of Labor, the Maryland Department of Labor, the way they seek input from contractors and others to provide that data, I think it's a great reflection of that in many cases.
And did you say initially that it's based on each county? So
yes,
each, say, my county of Charles have its own prevailing wage rate.
Yes.
Versus, say, Montgomery County.
Correct. And yes, and I help get our contractors submit data for Charles County, and it's based on its population and construction activity there versus other counties. You're going to have fewer surveys, and so in turn, it reflects that area prevailing rate for that county.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I don't see any additional questions for the sponsor of this panel. Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll now call Donna Edwards and William Beckman. I don't see Donna Edwards. No. Good afternoon. You can proceed.
Afternoon. Hello, everyone. My name is William Beckman. I'm a member of the Ironworkers Local 5 International Brotherhood of Bridge, Structural, Ornamental, and Reinforcing Ironworkers. And I am here in favorable with amendment due to Senate Bill 170. With my concerns, or which was mentioned earlier, is that we would like to see the 2 megawatt limit drop down to a 1 megawatt limit. And that would put us more in line with the Inflation Reduction Act through the federal government, and as well as the I'm sorry, I'm getting my stage fright legs on. We wish to have the PLA language with the offshore wind included into the PLA language under this bill. It was stated that it may be and it's been established with the state in 2013. but to my knowledge and to my counsel, it's not been official in the state. There may be some offshoots of a PLA, some MOUs involved with some of the bigger developers between Ørsted and US Wind, but that's not a PLA, and that doesn't cover the entire package. That would be an individual, and even without this language, including the PLAs, where they say you get the 30% tax credit. Well, some of these developers may not need the 30% tax credit if they can pay lower wage rates. And the prevailing wage is established to project labor agreements work under, they level the playing field, as you heard the one woman say. They level the playing field in the fact that everybody, no matter whether he's an open shop contractor, he gets the bid on the job. The union contractor gets the bid on the job. But the open shop, he bids the prevailing wage, where a union rate is generally about $1 higher. And so that forces him to pay his laborers, but he may pay that whole entire $60 benefit package between pay scale and benefits directly into that gentleman's pocket or that employee's pocket. So he's taking that money, he's got $60 in his pocket or 58, where we're paying 60, and our members are all benefiting from the percentage of that pays their benefits, their health and welfare, their pension, and all the good stuff that goes with it. So that's why we're really wanting to see the PLA language in here for the state of Maryland. And we'd also like to see the 2 megawatt drop down to the 2, and they'll drop down to the 1 megawatt to include most of the work that is incorporated under these big packages in the state. We were one time, as you remember, a front mover.
If you could start wrapping up.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
And once again, I would just like to say we were a front runner in all this, and we're still lagging a little behind. And I think with some voting on this amendment, Senate Bill 170 with a favorable with amendment verdict would be very good, well taken.
Got you. Thank you very much. Senator Ellis has a question for you, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. And so thank you for your testimony. I follow you really closely, and I have some questions with some of the acronyms and abbreviations you use, right? Because we have some very studious students here listening and paying attention. If I have issues, they might have. But you mentioned like MOUs and PLAs. Can you tell us what MOUs and PLAs are?
An MOU is more like a handshake. It's a memorandum of agreement, a memorandum of understanding. It is like more of a handshake between one organization to another, that if they're awarded the project and as they proceed, they will use you. But in return, you're kind of you're providing them a service as well, as far as maybe testimony or helping them along with getting through the community associations and different things like that, or, different things like that. A project labor agreement is something totally different. It is actually a contract that's signed between a developer, and in this case could be any individual union, could be the steel workers, could have a project labor agreement with US Wind or Ørsted. It could be an individual project labor agreement, or it could be a bundled up project labor agreement. What the project labor agreement covers is working conditions. You will supply water. The men will get a half hour for lunch at some time in the day. They will get a 10-minute break at such and such a time. Establishes work rules that keep the workers safe, and also, it helps to assure that anybody that's on that project, union or non-union, is treated in the same fashion, and it's much more friendly to the consumer.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Senator. I don't see any additional questions, so thank you very much for your testimony. You can relax now.
Thank you.
Thank you. You did a great job. Colleagues, that concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 170. We'll now turn to Senate Bill 206, Education, Collective Bargaining, Certified Employees, Class Size. Senator Beidel, good afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have someone coming up with me. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee. I think you're going to get tired of seeing me today, so I'll apologize up front. But, thank you for hearing Senate Bill 206. For the record, I'm Pamela Beidel, District 32. Senate Bill 206 is education collective bargaining certificated employees. And to make it very short, what this means is that in the negotiation process, a teachers association, a teachers union can use class size as part of their collective bargaining. Right now, it's totally prohibited. We're just taking out the words that prohibits the use of class size. So it's become very important as our classes have gotten larger. I know I have teachers in my local school that have as many as 40 plus students in a class, 4 classes a day. That's a lot of children to try to work with and mentor and get to know. And it really makes it very, very difficult for educators. So I really would appreciate your favorable support on Senate Bill 206, and I have Ms. Bost with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, my senator, and members of the committee. My name is Cheryl Bost. I'm a 4th and 5th grade teacher from Baltimore County, proudly serving as the president for the Maryland State Education Association, representing over 75,000 educators across the state. We stand in strong support of Senate Bill 206, a bill that would no longer make class size an illegal subject of collective bargaining, but rather a permissive subject. Currently, Maryland is only one of 9 states, including Alaska, Indiana, Kansas, Maine, Nebraska, South Dakota, Tennessee, and Wisconsin, where class size is an illegal subject of bargaining. As an illegal subject, educators cannot bring up class size when negotiating with the Board of Education, even when class sizes right now are the top concern of educators and parents, especially as it impacts individualized attention we can provide to students. School systems and educators need specific solutions to specific problems. By making class size a permissible subject of bargaining, the union and the Board of Education would have to agree that they would want to have this as a subject of negotiations. Both sides would have to agree. Educators and boards of education could come up with lots of solutions for these issues. This could include additional para-educators in excessively large classrooms or in lower grades, where we need additional classroom management or help with academics. Educators and school systems should have the flexibility to discuss this issue, which we can't right now. Even before the pandemic, educator retention and recruitment were at crisis levels. And a recent MSEA study found that 92% of Maryland educators support legislation to make class size a legal subject of bargaining. I've experienced firsthand as a 4th and 5th grade teacher the benefits to better address the needs of students and develop the need for relationships with students and their families. When I had smaller class sizes, I could do this more easily. When I had 35 to 40 students in a class, I was more of a facilitator. So we must allow our educators to have a tool that allows them to have a stronger voice. So I urge your favorable vote on Senate Bill 206. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Reedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Senator Bidle. And I just wonder if I could ask Ms. Bost a question or two. I actually think there's really no question that large classes do not engender themselves to the best educational outcomes. There's some statistical argument that it doesn't make a lot of difference, but I think generally speaking, common sense dictates to us. And my wife is an elementary school teacher. When you have 27, 28 kids in an elementary school classroom, it's not the best that we can hope for. I'm curious though, if as we talk about this, one of the problems we're having with the blueprint right now, as I talk to my local board of education, is there's a lack of flexibility in how some of the silos that they're now putting in place with the blueprint have made money very inflexible in certain categories, meaning that there's more money coming, but there are some counties, including mine, have a challenge where more money has to be spent in one category that we don't have a lot of students in. It's going to end up leading to larger class sizes because not to get too much in the weeds, but because of where our children are spread out and the ones that fit in these different categories, it's going to lead to much larger class sizes. Is that something we could work with the state teachers union on to say, we don't want to change formulas or we don't want more money. We just need a little more flexibility for counties like ours. Is that something that we could work with? Because it'll lead to larger class sizes if we don't get some help.
Right. Without the specifics, I don't know, but we're always open to having conversations about how we can resolve issues within our schools.
Okay. And then I also, again, this is interesting to me, the class size issue, you guys want to be collectively bargained. I think it's difficult. It sounds like based on the testimony for a lot of reasons for that to be collectively bargained. If we found ways to get more, are there some other aspects we could work together on outside of class sizes relative to discipline and classroom control? There's a lot of regulations that make it very difficult to deal with disruptive children in the classroom. We know we don't want them permanently out, but we've also had challenges where a child will be removed and then come right back in, which makes it even harder. Is that an area that could be better collectively bargained in your view, along with class size or instead of class size?
Well, right now we can't even discuss class size. So we want to make it even a point where we can just even talk about it. But as far as the regulations, there are a lot of myths about some of the current regulations regarding student discipline. I've done sessions across the state on having people actually look at regulations. We can still suspend and expel students. The problem is they're disproportionately suspensions and expulsions of students of color. And educators and principals don't go through all the tools, nor do they sometimes have all the tools available, like restorative practices, counselors, behavior specialists to deal with this. But that could help if we could have conversations about class size. So if I have a student in my class who is having lots of disruptive behaviors, maybe we should talk about, I should have an extra set of hands in my class. Maybe the counselor is going to be in my class more often. I can't have that conversation right now.
One of the challenges we see, and I'll conclude, Madam Chair, thank you. One of the challenges that we see with, because I'm not even necessarily talking about expulsions, although I do think there's an issue in the law with that, but even with the regulations that say, if a child is being violent, unless you are a CPI trained, you can't touch the child at all. We don't want people touching children excessively, but there are situations where a child is really becoming dangerous, particularly because we have inclusion in our special areas. So you have children coming in that are not in regular classroom streams otherwise. And it creates a very difficult situation. So I was just curious about your comments. I understand you want to be able to talk about class size, but I think it's something that maybe if this doesn't happen, there could be more conversation about how we could work with our bargaining units and our administrators to figure out ways maybe in COMAR to make some changes or adjustments, because I do think classroom control and discipline is part of why larger class sizes have become so problematic. But I do understand why you're here today, and I do appreciate the answers to my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Hershey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Bost, if you had the ability to use class size, what is the right class size?
There are suggested class sizes, but this does not call for caps or absolute class size maximums. This piece of legislation says, can we just talk about possible remedies? And whatever remedies we come to agreement with the board, if both agree to have that conversation, then that would have to go as part of the negotiated package. So we're not asking for class size maximums or student to teacher ratios in this bill. I don't have the research in front of me of what are the industry recommendations.
Okay. There's opposition in here from Howard County Public Schools and the Maryland Association of Boards of Education that have concerns that the parties that are at the bargaining table are not responsible for classroom facilities in schools, and saying by you all of a sudden negotiating what a class size is could have an effect on their physical space. How do you respond to that?
Part of this is that both parties have to agree on what the remedy is. So if the Board of Education's negotiators feel that whatever was bargained at the table cannot be sustained or funded, then it puts you back into renegotiations per the collective bargaining law. And so again, this is to have the conversation. If both parties agree, then the school system is saying we agree to the remedy.
Go back, I'm not sure. I mean, if both parties agree to the size of classrooms, then that's the Board of Education that you negotiate, the local Board of Education would have to then be agreeing that they could accommodate the physical space for that.
Correct.
Now, isn't that how bargaining always works, that there has to be mutual agreement?
There does, but right now we're forbidden to talk about class size.
But their concern is if you do start talking about it, this will now be something that is a bargaining chip, right? That you will now utilize that to put pressure on them for maybe giving into other demands. And then all of a sudden they'd have to agree to those types of things because they know they could not agree to the classroom size because of physical space?
I would guess that most management would not want to bargain any of the topics that we're dealing with, our working conditions and everything. And so this is an opportunity to say, let's have the conversation. If they don't want to agree to it, then they don't agree to it at the bargaining table.
Well, it's just interesting with the opposition that's here. They are very clear that the parties that are at the negotiating table do not make the decisions for the public space and the facilities that you could affect.
The people at the bargaining table, you could say they don't make decisions on any of those, but they come up to an agreement. It goes before the Board of Education. The Board of Education approves or disapproves. It goes to the local government. If the local government doesn't fund it, then we go back into renegotiations. I mean, it's the same process for every topic that is able to be discussed.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Mounts.
Thank you. So this were to become law, who would do the negotiating?
The exclusive bargaining agent, the union, and the Board of Education negotiation team.
The exclusive bargaining agent, the union representative.
Yes.
And then who else?
The school system negotiations team.
But the standard teachers, I'm asking, my question goes to what input would the teachers have in that?
Most of our negotiations teams in each of our locals, teachers or support professionals sit on those teams. They make up the negotiations team.
The local teams?
Yeah, I was the president in Baltimore County. My negotiations team that represented my union had 1 person of staff and 8 teachers.
Right.
And they often do surveying of the entire membership to come up with what their package is going to be.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I just had a quick question. In your testimony, you were giving a list of states, and I didn't catch that, whether that was states that have this provision or states that don't have this provision.
No, there are only 9 states that make class size an illegal subject to bargaining. We're one of 9. Gotcha. And it was Alaska, Indiana, Kansas, Maine, Nebraska, South Dakota, Tennessee, and Wisconsin. Everybody else, it is permissible or a mandatory subject to bargaining.
Thank you. And do you know if any of those states have had issues around facilities as a result of those conversations or those negotiations?
To our knowledge, no. They do not have explicit caps that they have negotiated in many of those states.
Okay, because that was my first thought coming from the Budget and Tax Committee. I started thinking, what would this do for school construction? And so appreciate hearing that that hasn't come up. All right, I see no additional questions from the committee, so we'll move to the next panel. Thank you for your testimony. Colleagues, will now hear from Nathan Farrell, Blanca Rosales, Leonelis Diaz Casado, Margaret Dowdy, and Nora Shapiro can come forward. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It looks like I have one more chair. How about Franca Muller? You can come forward as well. All right, and you can proceed with your testimony. Thanks. If you would just identify yourself at the beginning so we know which one of you is speaking. Thank you.
Nora, do you want to go first?
Sure.
All right.
My name is Nora Shapiro, and I'm a Baltimore City resident. I support Senate Bill 206. This bill will repeal the prohibition on a public school employer negotiating the maximum number of students assigned to a class. Passing this bill is essential because it will allow for a better learning experience for both students and teachers. Right now, teachers across Baltimore City cannot legally bring up wanting a smaller class size. I believe that teachers should be able to at least talk about it with their employers, whether they would actually end up getting them or not. Having discussions about this won't hurt. If anything, it would make more sense to have the floor open to talk about it, to see both sides of the story. I personally went to an elementary middle school with around 20 students in the class for 9 years. This was a very hands-on, individualized learning experience in which I felt very comfortable in my surroundings. And I think that comfort is a big part of schooling and something that a lot of people look for. This bill could attract more people towards Maryland schools. The more people that are attracted to the schools, the more people that will want to come to Maryland. This would hopefully increase state funds through income and sales tax with potential citizens, workers, customers, and so on. Now that I'm in high school, I had to transition from 20 students to around 30 in each class. This was a pretty big transition, and it really came clear that a smaller classroom setting is a better option. Now having to adapt to bigger classrooms, I have to get used to people blatantly disrespecting and neglecting others. With bigger class sizes, it is easy to get looked over by not just other students, but teachers as well. Teachers have to be in charge of looking over so many other students at the same time that they can sometimes miss when a student is really struggling. Research indicates that when a class size is reduced by 7 to 10 people, there are benefits in both the students' achievements and mental health. School and mental health go hand in hand for me, and I think that if teachers would have had smaller class sizes, they could have noticed that I wasn't doing so well and things would have been a lot better for me. I know that this is the same for a lot of other students my age and students in general. It is really important that teachers and students can create good relationships, and it's a lot easier to achieve when there's a smaller class size. I respectfully urge this committee to issue a favorable report on Senate Bill 206. Thank you.
My name is Margaret Dowdy, and I'm a Baltimore City resident, a high school student at Baltimore City College, and an organizer in SOMOS. I support SB 206. Passing this bill is essential because as students, we don't want to be just another number on a roster full of students. Big classes affect all students, but particularly students who find it harder to participate and feel comfortable within their classes. A large group of students who struggle within these big classes are ESOL students. It is more cost-effective for these students to be receiving more individualized help in their classrooms with smaller class sizes. As of the school year 2018 to 2019, there was only 41% of English learners who graduated. 44% of English learners in the same school year dropped out. As of 2022, less than 5% of English learners were identified as gifted and advanced students, which is 3% less than the equity index minimum. Although these statistics don't apply to my particular school, this is a problem as we still have a large and growing population of ESOL students. As an English speaker who knows another language, I have found myself helping other students because of the constant disregard for English as a second language learners within large classrooms. Why should their needs be disregarded just because they are outnumbered? We cannot talk about class size because it is illegal. We should simply have the basic freedom to talk about this. I respectfully urge this committee to issue a favorable report on SB 206. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Liarnelis Diaz Casado, and I'm a Baltimore City resident and a member of SOMOS, which is Students Organizing a Multicultural and Open Society, and I support SB 206. Passing this bill is essential. As a student from Puerto Rico, I'm used to having small sizes, the average of students being 23. Decreasing class sizes facilitates both learning and teaching environments. Students and teachers are comfortable with each other, therefore they develop deeper relationships that encourage students to trust and participate in class. By decreasing class sizes, you would be increasing how much students understand topics in class, which will help to close the achievement gap, and the graduation rates would go up, which would eventually get the attention of outsiders that might be considering coming to the state of Maryland, looking for an equal opportunity to succeed, as our governor, Wes Moore, says. Making people feel included in a classroom as immigrants or just people from other states would encourage student enrollment and will bring more teachers looking for the opportunity to be part of a world-class public school system. With new students, they would bring more families. As families see equal opportunities for their kids, they would be encouraged to invest money in our schools, houses, and jobs. This would eventually lead to higher quality jobs, which would bring in more tax dollars for the system to be able to invest in the individualized needs of all students, teachers, and citizens of Maryland. I respectfully urge this committee to issue a favorable report on SB 206. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Blanca Rosales. I'm a Baltimore resident as well as a SOMOS student organizer at Baltimore City College High School, as well as the Writing Center too. I give my full support to SB 206 because this bill will repeal the provision on public school employer negotiating the maximum number of students assigned to a class. Passing this bill is extremely important to build a stronger community within our schools, as well as to improve the student safety. As a student, I've counted myself with lack of communications with my teachers due to the amount of students that they're in a classroom by not allowing students to have more individual interaction within their teachers, which creates an uncommunicative and less safe environment. Having less amount of students in a classroom will provide a better learning environment as there will build stronger communication with our teachers, which allows us as students to feel more comfortable asking the teachers questions without feeling judged by a greater group of students, as well as to build confidence within ourselves to participate more in class discussions. As a Writing Center tutor, I work with different students one-on-one as well as in a group of no more than 5 students, and I can say that they have been more willing to participate and interact than in a regular class full of students. Afterwards, they have stated they have felt more comfortable to work on assignments on their own, including students who are not completely fluent in English. This is why I believe this bill is so important. As a student, I want to be able to talk to my teacher freely about any issue that I might be having without having to remind them what my name is, even though I've been on their class for the past 2 years. It is also very important to remember that school safety has been jeopardized due to the gun control issue, and it will be safer to have a classroom with less amount of students, which allow teachers to identify any unusual behavior among students and to have more control over an emergent situation. It seems that, I'm sorry, and it has been talked about it. We need to start having this conversation. I respectfully use this committee to issue a favorable report on ASB 206. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Darius Farrell, and I'm a student at Baltimore City College. I spent my entire life in Baltimore, and in the 13 years I've been in the school system, 10 of those were spent in a class with 30 students. These 30 students were taught by one teacher for an hour and a half with no opportunity to ask questions. This fostered the idea that we weren't being heard, and it wasn't their fault. They had 30 students to teach, 60 questions to answer, and 120 papers to grade. Despite having 30 classmates, I've never felt more alone. Listening to my fellow speakers today made me feel cheated, learning how well cared for they were mentally and emotionally, allowing them to nourish ideas and develop into better, more productive people. I feel robbed knowing that my first 10 years of education could have been shaped in a more prosperous and thriving atmosphere by simply cutting my class in half. The fact that we aren't even able to address the issue clearly contradicts the ideals on which this country was founded. Our founding fathers left the British Empire so they could be heard, realizing that their voices matter, and they weren't any different from men and women like me and you. But this is the financial board, so let's talk about how you can save the next penny. Well, the New York City Department of Education conducted a study of more than 50,000 students in 2014 and found that smaller classes led to better overall class performance, more productivity, and more targeted support. This will increase scholarship opportunities and encourage more children to pursue a higher education in Maryland, bringing many jobs along with it. Clearly, this works because New York outranks us in both K-12 and higher education, according to the rankings in the US News article. I think Maryland has so much potential. We are one of the wealthiest states in the country, but why stop there when we can be the best? Let's open the door to change because change made America. Change is what gave me a voice, and you and only you have the power to change my life, your kid's life, and every single student in the great state of Maryland, for better or for worse. I respectfully urge this committee to issue a favorable report on Senate Bill 206.
Well, that's very difficult to follow. Greetings, members of the committee. My name is Nathan Farrell. I'm a Spanish teacher in Baltimore City Public Schools, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Baltimore Teachers Union today in support of Senate Bill 206. Before I begin my comments, I will say that it wasn't 2 years ago when I had 67 students on my summer school Spanish class roster. 67. The Baltimore Teachers Union represents 8,280 educators and related service personnel. We represent 4 out of 5 workers in city schools. Our parent union, AFT, represents 1.7 million members in the U.S. and following our U.S. territories. SB 206 seeks to remove class size as a prohibitive topic of collective bargaining. This bill does not require districts to negotiate, not a mandated subject. Rather, it would allow teachers unions to bring proposals on class size to the table. SB 206 does not add class size to the list of mandatory topics of bargaining. It would simply make it permissible. SB 206 rights an important wrong for teachers and other school staff that work with students. Class size is one of the most important factors that determine what a teacher is able to accomplish with our students. As teachers face burnout and consider leaving the profession, allowing unions to negotiate class size provides an important opportunity for teachers to improve their working conditions and ensure that students get more time, attention, and instruction from us, their educators. Educators are held accountable. We are held accountable through our evaluations of student outcomes, but we have no meaningful way to ensure that our classrooms have a manageable number of students. With the nationwide teacher shortage, Maryland school districts need creative staffing strategies to retain teachers and combat burnout. This legislation allows educators to help shape the solutions to problems that impact every student in Maryland. It allows teachers who are deeply invested in the success of our classrooms a platform to make proposals that could maybe limit class sizes or determine additional compensation structures for teachers whose classes swell due to vacant positions. This could also possibly add to additional funding for more positions in schools with large class sizes. And I'll wrap up my comments here. Thank you very much. Class size has effects on student achievement, student participation, and the overall student experience in school. And for this reason, we strongly urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 206. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Reedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The students did a great job expressing the point of view and really trying to illustrate what, the challenge in 60 students in a Spanish class sounds terrible. So my mom was a high school Spanish teacher, so she had enough trouble trying to teach me Spanish. So I can only imagine. She had class sizes at times in the 30s. We actually discussed this when the blueprint passed. The Republicans actually offered an amendment on class sizes, which was yelled at. We were yelled at on the floor because they felt it was kind of a political stunt. It was interesting that because it is a cost driver, right? If you say we're going to keep a certain amount of class sizes low, I guess my question is, in Baltimore, for example, are they able to pick their high school?
I would like the young people to answer that question regarding student choice, and I can jump in, obviously. Would anybody like to talk? Because I think some people here may have been part of the student choice program.
So in Baltimore City, we go through, you list 1 through 5, what school you want to go to. And if you get into your first choice, it says that you don't get into any other one. So like you just go there.
Right.
The most common schools to go to are City and Poly. That's where everybody wants to go. I mean, we aren't we're not sat down and told like, you're going to have 30 kids in each of your classes. I'm a senior right now, and I've been touring colleges, and I'm given student to teacher ratio. So.
Right. What if you were, and I'll let me ask you one follow-up. If you were able, so you're able to choose which of the 5, or you select your choices, and then you don't always get your top choice, right? But if you were able to choose, you could choose any of the 5, correct? Some counties have open enrollment, some don't, depends on crowding. What if we open it up so people could choose wherever they wanted to go to school? Would that help would that help ease the burden? Because I know there are charter schools in Baltimore. There's charter schools many places, but in Baltimore, I mean, what if we let people choose where they wanted to go to school?
Isn't that what we're allowed to do in Baltimore City?
Well, you can choose where. Well, what if you say you want to go to City and they won't let you, and there's not enough room, or they let you go to City?
It's the same thing in college. If you get in, you get in. If you don't, you don't.
Right, but you go to City you don't pay anything to go to City, correct?
Yeah.
Right. I think maybe we ought to think it might help class sizes if maybe we allowed students to pick. We don't want one size fits all education. It might be great if we could let students pick any kind of school choice option that they and their parents decided. So,
regarding the question of being able to pick your own school, I would like to say that, yes, you are able to pick your own school. And if we allow students to be able to pick their top choice and always attend these schools, class sizes would probably increase, because in our county, you would like to go to City or Poly. So class sizes would probably increase at City and Poly, which would actually just decrease graduation rates.
No, I get it. I think, let me ask you, and you guys did a great job with this. Why does everybody want to go to City and Poly, for example?
They have more resources.
Interesting.
They provide sort of a variety of things, and they provide more safety for students, which should probably be increased also in other schools.
Can I just
well, you know what? I think the chairman is going to get mad at me if we let it keep going. I think the point there's a point to be made here that I think is relevant, but I won't make it because we're supposed to be asking questions. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And thank you, students, for your response. Senator Hayes has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if you would please indulge me a moment of personal privilege. I agree with Teacher Farrell in following these young people. Baltimore City College is an awesome public institution in Baltimore City.
these young people are afforded a great education, are competitive with any school, both public and private, not just in Maryland, but throughout our country. And you all did an outstanding job. And also in the audience today, with these great young people is my one of my constituents and neighbors and an awesome educator, Ms. Brenda Tarrant. Thank you and welcome for bringing these young people and presenting to us today. You all did a fantastic job in representing our city. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Senator. I don't see any additional questions for this panel. Thank you all very much for your testimony, and kudos to the students. Well written, well presented, well done. Thank you. All right, we're going to turn to Marissa Monterosa, Camila Calero, Brisa Lopez Castro. Good afternoon. And I had called earlier Franca Muller, so I don't know if you're there, but you can proceed. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Monterosa, and I'm a Baltimore City resident. I'm a student from Baltimore City College and a member from Somos. I support SB 0206. I stand by the reduction of class sizes because I've had way too many instances in which my doubts, I don't know how to say it properly, in class were never addressed due to the 6 other people that had raised their hand before me. In the US, the average number of students in a classroom is around 24, which can be problematic for both teachers and students, but my classes are all over 30 students. Many students are at a disadvantage in terms of the quality of their classes, since teachers' feedback and student-to-teacher relationships play a large role in student education, but are cut short due to the mass of students that the teacher has to assist. It's very easy to disguise depression, domestic violence, when being overshadowed by over 30 other people in a class. There are also many instances in which students are too afraid to be wrong when participating in class, which limits their abilities of learning, as we all know that we learn from our mistakes. This behavior is a product of social anxiety and lack of relationship with the teacher and peers. Small class sizes will increase the chance of students to involve themselves more often in class, which will make their options, feelings, and questions be heard or even noticed. Small class sizes will create the opportunity to build bonds, which ultimately benefits the student's ability to learn in class. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Camila Calero. I am a Baltimore public high school student and I'm a resident, and I support this bill. Passing this bill is essential because as a student in Maryland public schools, I have always struggled with finding my voice and getting the courage to speak to my teachers. It is not that they are mean or scary. It's because I'm a first-generation student. My sister and I are the first to go to public schools and have a formal education, and we will be the first-generation college student graduates as well. As of recently, I've joined a program called Adelante Latina. Adelante Latina is an after-school program for college readiness. Our classes have a class ratio of 9-to-1. It has made me realize how effective having smaller classes is. I have made the most friends there than I have made all my years of being in the Maryland school system. I am able to ask my teachers questions without fearing that I'm taking up too much time or that my classmates will judge me. I am able to get help with one-on-one conversations. This makes me terribly afraid for my future, since it makes me think about how other schools, like private ones, have class ratios of 12-to-1. It scares me that I will have to eventually compete with these students during college applications. I often go home wishing that my school class sizes were as small and intimate. We're not asking to reduce class sizes. We are just asking the opportunity to speak about the issue. I respectfully urge this committee to issue a favorable report on this bill.
Good afternoon to the Senate
to the members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Bricia Lopez Castro, and I'm a Baltimore City resident and a member of SOMOS. I support SB 206. Passing this bill is essential because it would help students to be able to engage freely and communicate better with both peers and teachers. As a student, I know it's easier to develop connections with others in smaller class sizes because you no longer have the pressure of what strangers are thinking of you. When students are in smaller groups, there's more opportunities of participation and less social anxiety, which can sometimes lead to limiting their learning because it's scarier to participate when classes are larger. It's also easier to approach teachers and students who you know and have a connection/relationship with. It's a lot easier to ask questions and address concerns when in smaller groups. In my own classroom, I often don't feel comfortable enough to ask questions because I don't feel like I know my teachers well enough and don't view them as approachable. I also feel like I don't get the attention necessary, and lots of times my teachers don't even know how to pronounce my name by the end of the year, showing just how hard it is for students to develop proper relationships with teachers if they aren't naturally outgoing. I respectfully urge this committee to issue a favorable report on SB 206. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senate Finance Committee. My name is Karina Lee, and I'm a Baltimore City student and resident and a member of SOMOS. Passing this bill is essential because it allows for the equitable teaching of students as well as overall school safety. More students are successful in smaller class sizes than in larger ones. Before I moved to Baltimore, I lived in New York, and I went to school there. In my experience through middle school and high school, I always had about a 15-to-1 ratio of students to teachers in my class, allowing everyone's needs to be met and there being a much more personalized classroom environment where everyone could succeed and no one felt left out. Moving here, I got to experience single teacher classrooms with more than 30 students and how much worse students fared due to the lack of attention from teachers and how they were allowed to be unable to understand important topics leading to failure. Due to the lower student to teacher ratio, deeper, more meaningful, and trusting connections between teachers and students were produced. Our fellowship with our teachers allowed for lower rates of violence in my school because we can speak with a trusted adult when conflicted. This can be evidenced by my experience of never being in or having witnessed a fight until my move to Baltimore. I would love it if children in Baltimore could experience the equitable support and safe environment I had in my schooling growing up. As an American, a safe school environment where everyone can succeed should not be a privilege, but a right for all students. I respectfully urge this committee to issue a favorable report on SB 206.
Hello, everyone. My name is Franca Mueller-Paz. I'm a Baltimore City school teacher and an advisor for SOMOS. I want to just say a couple of things, which is that we pay the cost of our increased class sizes every day. We pay them honestly in prison beds, overtime police hours, and all the social costs that come with the violence that take place in our communities. I have taught in alternative school, and I've taught at the incredible Baltimore City College High School. And when you can wrap your really love around a student, when you can intervene early, there is so much you can do to put students on the path to success and on a community's path to success. And I hope we make a decision to invest in Maryland's future. And I request a favorable vote on this bill 206. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for this panel. So thank you so much for your testimony, and to the students, you too presented your case well. And thank you so much for being here and sharing your views with the committee. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to turn, colleagues, to two additional witnesses, John Willems and Mary Pat Fannin. And they're coming forward in opposition to the bill. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It's always nice to go after the students.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, John Willems representing the Maryland Association of Boards of Education here today, notwithstanding the eloquent and passionate testimony you heard from the students, and not to dismiss in any way the significance of class size. I confess to being a parent of kids who went through the Annapolis cluster at a time when there were small class sizes, and shout out to former Speaker Mike Bush for making that possible, and it does matter. The issue is, should it be a subject for bargaining at the table between teachers associations and the school systems negotiating team? And we feel strongly that it should not. This is not an issue that is new, but it is an issue that has been considered and not included in significant statewide comprehensive reform of collective bargaining many times. Back in 2002, there was actually a permissive bargaining bill, and it importantly brought us into the 20th century a little late by giving bargaining rights to non-certificated employees on the Eastern Shore, but it did not include class size as a permissive subject of bargaining. Then in 2010, the Fairness and Negotiation Act was passed to establish the Public School Labor Relations Board and to address some bargaining issues, and nor at that time was class size added as a permissive subject of bargaining. The question was asked earlier about Maryland and what distinguishes us in terms of the facilities issues. And I would say that there are 13,000 boards of education in the country. Almost all of them raise almost all of their own facility money through local property tax levies. And Maryland is fairly unique or distinct among just a few states where we rely as fiscally dependent boards of education without taxing authority on the largesse of our county governments and the state of Maryland to provide our facility funding. That in a way makes it even more outside our control as an issue at the bargaining table relative to concessions that may be made in the permissive context. So we respectfully request an unfavorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Mary Pat Fannin. I am the Executive Director of the Public School Superintendents Association of Maryland, PSAM. We are here in opposition from a little bit more of a practical point of view. Last week, I described the implementation of the blueprint as whack-a-mole, if you've ever played that at Marty's Playland in Ocean City. That there are so many moving parts right now to the blueprint and writing our implementation plans that this would be a huge issue to pass right now for us from a practical point of view. The other things I want to mention is that the bill sort of contradicts the blueprint in a couple of key ways. One, the Kirwan Commission was about adequacy and equity. This is a potential where you have 24 different negotiated contracts with different class sizes. So this could create a new inequity based on the strength or the weakness of either bargaining unit. The other issue is that the Kirwan Commission took a long time for those of us who sat in that room for many years, and they considered this issue, and they found that class size was not a factor in student success in successful schools around the world. So they did not include this as part of the recommendations. What they did include is a lot of incentives for the backbone of our education system, which are the teachers. And those included a $60,000 starting salary, which we're working on, an increase in salary of 10%, increased professional development opportunities, as well as a new, you have to have 40% of your time as in planning. So 60% in front of kids, 40% in planning, and that naturally creates a need for more teachers. And we've talked about the national shortage of teachers. So this really would put a squeeze on us right now as we really are putting our plans together for the March 15th deadline.
Thank you. Senator Ellis.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Fannin, thank you for your testimony. You said something to the effect that the Kirwan Commission determined that class size does not matter. Did I hear you correctly?
Well, they determined based on the study and the research that they had done that class size was not necessarily an indicator of successful or student success, okay. So that they left it out.
Did they publish that?
It's in the I think they called it an interim final report, but yes, and there is a fair amount of research out that does show that class size, it doesn't necessarily correlate with student success, which is what we're trying to get to.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's kind of interesting. I have to look into that. You could send me a reference to that where I can find that, please, because I don't remember being on the education committee for 4 years and where we debated that. I don't think that ever came up because that's kind of like an odd. I have a experience in technology in the Air Force and advanced technologies. And one of the things myself and my staff had to do was go around and teach different folks how to use these technologies. And one of the best practices that we had and put on classes was that we shouldn't have a class over 12 students. And that's DOD policy. So that's a weird assessment that class size doesn't matter. If you have a class size of 100 students learning calculus or algebra, what kind of attention would a teacher be able to give to a student? What kind of workload would that teacher have grading papers, English teacher? You know, what kind of attention could they give to grading a paper if they have 100 students in a class? So that sounds kind of wacky, and I would love to kind of look at that to see where the context is and how they develop that.
And I'm not advocating for larger class sizes for sure, but we have policies. The state board has policies, local jurisdictions have policies on the right amount of students for each class, right? For kindergarten, for gifted and talented. I mean, there are guidelines out there, and we're not trying to say we're going to deal with our teacher shortage by making classes full of 67 people. We're saying we really don't want rigid class sizes dictated in our agreements, because we need to be able to say, all right, this year we have an influx of special education, children. We need to have 2 classrooms. Last year we had
Right.
1.
I understand. If you just follow with me
Sure,
so I
no
can
problem.
check out the context for that conclusion. Thanks.
Thank you. Senator Reedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. John, could I just ask you, representing the boards of education, did you track with my other question a minute ago? Because class size, I believe, is important, and it was actually debated a little bit, I remember, but it was kind of buried. It was a subtle thing that class sizes really don't matter that much, was sort of the implication. I remember that was one of the things we tried to prick at a little bit, to be honest, as we debated the bill. And there's many different arguments, as you pointed out, about whether it makes a huge difference or not. I think practically, and from a morale standpoint, getting our class sizes down would help our teachers perhaps as much as big raises, although I'm sure big raises would also help morale. John, did you understand what I meant? That there's some counties are dealing with where, because of the nature of the blueprint, and they've recreated silos where there used to be more block grants. Some of that's good because it's accountability and all that, but it does create problems for certain jurisdictions, but it doesn't create a problem for every jurisdiction the same way, right? So my concern, one of the concerns I have about the blueprint, and I know this bill isn't about the blueprint necessarily, but I'm concerned that we're going to create situations where counties have to have much larger class sizes in some places because they have to allocate so many resources to a small group of students somewhere else. Does that make sense?
Senator, the issue that you're getting at really drives from some of the equity underpinnings of the blueprint in that the money follows the child. And so our strict accountability for 75% of the per pupil funding under the categories following the child to not even just to the school, but to the classroom. And so that's your English learner funding, your compensatory education funding, special education funding. For community schools, it's 100% of the per pupil funding that follows the child. So there's a whole new state school finance system being stood up, and there are 24 versions of that in each local school system. So there's a whole new level of granular tracking and tracing of those dollars to the classroom. The issue is, while the blueprint doesn't mandate an equitable kind of right sizing of those investments, there's going to be transparency as to the per pupil investments at schools. So if you have a school with a predominantly low income student population and a lot of new young teachers who are going to be at the lower end of the pay scale, that school is going to have a lower per pupil investment than a school that has a higher percentage of highly qualified older teachers at the upper end of the pay scale. That is inequitable from a math perspective in terms of the investment being made at that school. And that may result in some of the decisions that you're referring to. It
could be inequity in the name of equity to try to figure it out. Like Carroll and a couple of other counties have the issue where we don't have one school where there's predominantly a group. Our children that are in compensatory, for example, are spread across a bunch of schools. So how do you And that's maybe something we should talk offline. But I just think we want to work on. I think I don't think all of us agree. We want class sizes to be as low as possible. We've got to figure out so we don't have an unintended consequence with some of this stuff.
And if I could, we want highly qualified professionals in the classroom at appropriate ratios to students as well. Correct. So 20 pre-K students in a classroom sounds like a lot, but it has to be 2 professionals. It has to be a certified teacher, and it has to be a highly qualified aide. And so there are ways where the per pupil ratios matter as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And I don't see any additional questions for you. So thank you very much for your testimony. Colleagues, that will conclude the hearing on Senate Bill 206. We'll now turn to Senate Bill 198, elevator safety, privately owned single-family residential elevators, inspections and registration requirements. Senator Augustine, good afternoon.
All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Senate Finance Committee. Senator Malcolm Augustine here with Senate Bill 198, elevator safety, privately owned single-family residential elevators, inspection and registration requirements. Private residence elevators are the only elevators in the state of Maryland that do not receive a final inspection. I'm sure you all probably didn't even know that. Like I wouldn't even have thought that it would be possible that there would not be a final inspection for any elevator in our state. But this legislation addresses that to make sure private resident elevators get this important safety inspection. Elevators are convenient and we have come to take them for granted, but they are extremely dangerous. If not installed and maintained properly, private residence elevators are a little more common now and the regulation just hasn't caught up. But the dangers are real. I was first made aware of this issue after the death of a 7-year-old boy in North Carolina in July of 2021. Then I learned that a young child was injured in a similar accident in Potomac, Maryland in August of 2021. And as some of you may remember, in 2014, there was a tragedy involving a 10-year-old Baltimore resident, Jordan Nelson, who was injured on a private residence elevator while on a family vacation in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Now, similar to the North Carolina accident, Jordan was injured after getting caught between the elevator door and the hallway door. Now, Jordan is paralyzed as a result of this horrific accident. But this legislation will help make private residence elevators safer in our state, in the state of Maryland. Now, this final inspection consists of a comprehensive check on all of the elevator safety functions to make sure that riders are safe when the elevator is running properly, but more importantly, that it's safe when the elevator malfunctions. That's when we end up with having these safety problems. In the industry, this test is known as a final acceptance inspection. This is a one-time inspection of the elevator before turning its use and operation over to the homeowner. This will be the only required inspection of these elevators. The legislation also requires a registration of these elevators with the state, as is current industry practice in Maryland for all the other elevators. This bill will not burden the homeowner because the elevator installation company will handle all registration and inspection issues as a current industry practice. Now, colleagues, there is some testimony here which talks about the costs associated with this and the ability to do inspections and things like that. But my thing is, how are we going to have a new house with something like, we check the electric, we check the plumbing. I mean, this is an important thing that's dangerous in the house. And so we got to make sure that we at least get this one-time inspection. And so for these reasons, colleagues, I'm going to ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 198. Thank you.
Yes. Oh, okay. Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Kevin Sullivan. I'm a national coordinator with the Elevator Industry Work Preservation Fund. The fund's primary mission is elevator safety, safety for workers and safety for the riding public. I'm also an elevator mechanic and I'm a qualified elevator inspector. But for the past 23 years, I have worked on elevator safety issues and elevator safety legislation around the country. First, I want to thank Senator Augustine for his work on this issue. We met a couple of years ago on a separate elevator safety issue. We were on opposite sides of the issue, but we worked together, and he has become one of our best advocates for elevator safety, along with Delegate Rogers and Delegate Wilson here in Maryland. So the background on why we are here, Senator Augustine mentioned in July of 2021, a 7-year-old boy from Ohio was visiting the Outer Banks in North Carolina on a vacation. He was crushed to death by that elevator after becoming trapped in between the doors. His father tried to free him. His grandparents, his mother, and his sister all witnessed the horrible tragedy. So after that accident, my colleagues and I went to North Carolina to try to work on issues that would prevent this from happening again. And we passed legislation down there requiring space guards on elevators. While we were in North Carolina on that trip, an accident happened in Potomac, Maryland. A 3-year-old boy was injured in a fall into a private residence elevator. He was not hurt as badly, and he survived. But one of the reasons we're asking for registration was because we can't find any information on that elevator. I'm sorry, my time is up, but there was another accident in 2014. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair Griffith, Madam Vice Chair Klausmeyer, and the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Mark Nutting. I'm a licensed elevator mechanic, a QEI inspector, and the business manager for the International Union of Elevator Constructors, Local 7 in Baltimore. I've been before this committee a few times with a witnessing bill. Thank you, Senator Klausmeyer, for championing that. We asked for your favorable vote on Senate Bill 198. Private resident inspection bill would give home buyers reassurance that their new elevators meet all ANSI codes that govern the installation of this conveyance. The DLR chief inspector just yesterday forwarded to me from the DLR an accident in Atlanta where a 2-year-old boy was trapped in a home elevator, fell 2 floors upside down, stuck between the elevator and the wall. Fire department had to breach the wall, remove him from the elevator. Thank God he was alive and transported to the hospital. These new installation inspections would put a stamp on these conveyances, just like every other thing that's put in a brand new home or an addition. You have your electric, you have your plumbing, you have your insulation, you have your footers inspected. We're putting a piece of equipment that travels up and down 2, 3, 4 floors in a house, and there's nothing's looked at it. So this one-time inspection would at least give the home buyers peace of mind that this elevator or conveyance is safe for the occupants of that home. Thank you, and look for a favorable vote on this Senate Bill 198.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. Excuse me, my name is Jason Danker. I'm here speaking on behalf of the International Union of Elevator Constructors, Local Number 10. Local 10's jurisdiction includes Montgomery, Prince George's, St. Mary's, Calvert, Charles, and a portion of Anne Arundel counties. I'm a licensed elevator mechanic in the state of Maryland with 3 decades of experience in the elevator industry. I've performed work on installing, modernizing, repairing, maintaining, and testing various conveyances, including traction and hydraulic elevators, escalators, moving walks, dumbwaiters, platform lifts, and wheelchair lifts. Prior to any commercial elevator being turned over to the public for use, it must undergo a rigorous test witnessed by a Maryland State Elevator Inspector to ensure that it's been installed according to the applicable elevator codes. During the acceptance test, the safety devices, mechanisms, and related circuitry are tested for proper operation. For example, the safeties are actuated to make sure they will stop the elevator in the required distance. The brake is tested to make sure it will hold the required load. Stop switches, key switches, and limit switches are all tested. If it's a hydraulic elevator, the valve is tested to verify proper operating pressures, along with testing the entire hydraulic system. Under current law, residential elevators are not required to undergo any of these tests prior to being used. Because they hold the same potential dangers as commercial ones do, Local 10 believes residential elevators should be subjected to the same scrutiny performed during a final acceptance test that all other elevators do. There are numerous instances across the country of fatalities and injuries resulting from accidents on residential elevators, many of which may have been prevented if an acceptance test was performed. We believe it's our duty and responsibility to lead this effort to provide the safest possible conveyances to the riding public. As a licensed elevator mechanic with 3 decades of elevator industry experience, it's my professional opinion this bill is responsible, reasonable, common sense legislation that will provide another layer of safety to your constituents. Thank you again for your time. We hope you vote in favor of SB 198.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm Frank Boston III. I'm here on behalf of the Elevator Industry Work Preservation Fund, Local 10 to Local 7. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. First of all, thank you, Senator Augustine, for sponsoring our legislation. Much appreciated. Simply stated, the bill requires a one-time inspection on newly constructed brand new elevators that are put in single-family residential homes. That's it. No additional inspections are required. The test is performed by state inspectors. No one in the private industry. And the reason is the state inspectors on commercial and public buildings kept this area for themselves. On final acceptance, which is, new elevators, they are the inspector. So it's not like there's any lining of any pockets or anything like that associated with this bill. The fiscal note says that the net fiscal effect is about $62,200. That's with in first year $107,000 revenue coming in versus the cost of $171 going out, and that is mainly to fund positions for 2 new inspectors in the Department of Labor, the startup costs, etc. The cost of the inspection, if you're wondering, is $62.50 an hour. It's estimated that it will take about 4 hours for the state inspectors to do the test. So the one-time test cost is $250. And that's usually all roped into the contractor's cost when you buy the elevator. Last thing I want you to know is that there will be a registration so that we can keep track of it. And that registration has to be filed in 60 days before the elevator construction is completed. And then after the construction is completed, that's when the inspection can occur. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Would like to have a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. I was kind of hoping you'd go over so he could nudge you.
He's the boss.
Senator Vitals.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Senator, thank you for this legislation. It's amazing to me that we have not already been inspecting these elevators. But these are just for private homes, right? This isn't for condos or apartment buildings. It's just private homes.
Yes.
There's no inspection after the first one. There's not like an annual checkup or anything.
No.
About how many of these do you think are, I can't imagine having a home big enough to have an elevator. So how many do you think we'll see a year? Is there an estimate?
Yeah, 450. Well, the fiscal notes, it says that it should be about 450 a year. The experts here say probably about 300. 250 to 300.
Thank you.
But yeah, it's, we wanted to do it annual and every other, but we got a lot of pushback on cost. So we backed off. We heard the committee last year, so we did not do that.
I've seen some of those elevators in the Outer Banks, and I'm glad we're not doing that in Maryland. Thank you.
Yes. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lamb.
So thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the panel. I guess I think Senator Beitel touched on one of my questions, which is just to be very clear. There's no annual or biannual. There's no like certificates have to be on our public elevators and whatnot because they're inspected on some frequency. This is a one-time, that's it.
Correct.
Basis.
One time, no annual, no biannual. It's different than, public buildings and commercial buildings, which do require that and which require witnessing. This is just to make sure, hey, it was put in right, it's working right. There's no space for kids to fall through. And as the gentleman, Jason and Mark reminded me, it's a comprehensive inspection to make sure it's good to go.
And then you were saying that this would be done by state inspectors, I guess, right?
Correct.
Is there a concern with capacity amongst our state inspectors to be able to account for this? Because it sounds like it's anywhere from 200 to 400 more inspections that they have to do this.
Yeah, well, the actual, huh? Yeah, they asked for 2 positions, and they basically said, I highlighted the language. Generally, except for additional inspectors to conduct the inspections, Maryland Department of Labor can handle these requirements with existing resources. So they're good to go because third parties do commercial and third parties also do the public. And the state was adamant when we were doing witnessing that they wanted to keep new construction for themselves. So they're going to get themselves 2 inspectors with the money that they get from the inspections.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Can I follow up to Senator? The final acceptance inspection is probably the most important inspection that an elevator can have.
Are there other inspections?
Well, there are annual inspections and 5-year inspections, but the final acceptance.
But not for residential.
Right. Remember, we're going from 0.
Right.
Right. We're trying to get something here, right? Where we have nothing right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Reedy.
Just very briefly, some of the other questions I had to address. When they have to register it with the state, obviously, because you're going to register the elevator. And sometimes people put these in for like elderly family members or something too. So it's not always like a McMansion, although I'm sure there's plenty of those as well. Would this list be publicly available? Or our current list of elevators in the state publicly? I only ask because it's a private residence.
Right now, Senator, private residence, there's no record of anything being put in because nothing has to be registered with the state.
Correct.
Moving forward, the state will have a database of elevators that are being registered and put in these houses.
Got it. I'd love to know, and maybe Senator, we can
Senator,
talk
I'm gonna
later.
follow up with you. I
just
know exactly what you're asking. I'll
Thank
find
you.
out
Yeah.
whether or not it's a public database or if it's one that's.
prefer it not be, but
I
thank you.
understood.
Yep.
I got it.
I knew where you were going with it.
Thank you.
We'll check.
Thank you. Senator Hayes.
We
Now,
agree too.
Senator Hayes, excuse me. Senator Hayes has a question.
Yeah. Senator Reed talking just sparked something in my mind. In some residences, they have these lifts on the outside. That's not what you guys are talking about, or is that considered an elevator? You just talking about on the interior of the home or whatever, right?
Right.
The list that some people installed on the outside of their home for people who are disabled, are those regulated or at all?
Not on residentials. You're talking about chair lifts or handicap lifts that maybe run up. I mean, in a perfect world, yes, they can do damage to somebody just like any other elevator.
Right, but that's not what we're referring to.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Senator, to your point, there's been legislation proposed to deal with what they call cliffside elevators and elevators on the outside of the building, but that's not
what this is.
Right.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Hershey.
Thank you. One quick question that brought up something. Could an individual that was adding an elevator to a house request the state to come inspect it? Or is that not even an option?
Currently?
Yes.
No.
Right. So nobody would inspect it other than the elevator contractor that installed it, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And is there any liability on these types of elevators? I mean, if I had one installed, and as you mentioned before, I'd have the electricity inspected, plumbing inspected, a number of inspections in a house, but nobody would inspect it even if at the homeowner's request.
Currently, no. In the state of Maryland, no, it's not.
Right.
You would have to you could request a private inspection.
Yeah,
A private inspector.
you can do that.
Yeah, that's
right.
okay.
Exactly right. There are people who do inspections,
Okay.
but it's not a requirement.
It's not a requirement, but as the owner of the house, if I was purchasing that, I could seek that third party.
Yeah,
inspection.
it's not like it's prohibited. Or
Right. Okay. I just wondered if that was even available. I thought it had to be.
But whether a state inspector would come out upon request, I don't know.
Not just third party inspector.
Oh, yeah.
I want to make sure that somebody with knowledge of elevators has inspected it outside of the contractor that installed it.
There's been a whole industry developed of third party inspectors.
That's what I thought. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. So that I don't feel left out, I have a question. It's very brief. I like some were shocked to see that this wasn't being done. And so do we know if it's happening in other states? Are other states doing these types of inspections?
Yes, right now there are 9 other states that are doing it, but we're working on legislation in Rhode Island and South Carolina, Maryland, and next year we'll pick a few more states and try to work on it there too. But yeah, it's 9 states right now. I could get you the list if you want them.
That'd be great. Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any additional questions from the committee. So thank you for your testimony. I do have one other witness signed up on this bill, Ari Plout.
We double sign up in case one of us get caught in another committee. He's
Excellent.
good. He's in the house.
Fair enough. Yep. All right. So then that concludes the hearing. Very good.
Thank you.
That concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 198. Thank you very much, colleagues. We'll now turn to Senate Bill 172, Employment for Minors, Opportunities for Work, Job Opportunities for High School Students Act. Vice Chair Rosapep, good afternoon.
Thank you. It's a delight to be here with you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. This is kind of simple. This is part of the continuing effort that the legislature has made to make job opportunities visible to students, particularly high school students, so they know what opportunities are there, and also make students who want jobs and want to work visible to employers. One of the bills that we passed that came out of EEE, we passed unanimously yesterday, the day before yesterday, which was to get information that is in the exploration systems the school have about career opportunities available to employers and apprenticeship sponsors who register with the state labor department or the local workforce board. A couple of years ago, we did the same thing for the military recruiting test results and contacts, so that not just the military recruiters would get the information of the kids who had various skills and were looking for jobs, but civilian employers could have access. This is part of that overall effort. This bill passed the Senate unanimously last year, passed the House, but was vetoed by the governor. And everyone has their right to play a role in the system. What this bill does is it says, with the permission of the student or the student's parent, that the fact that they hold a work permit with the state labor department and their name and address and phone number, which are registered with the state labor department, can also be provided to apprenticeship sponsors and employers, and actually adds educational institutions who register with the labor department or the local workforce board, just as those other two categories. Why is that a good idea? Because by definition, if a student has gotten a work permit, A, their parent is okay with them working. You can't do it if your parent's not okay with it. Secondly, they want to work. And so making that information easily available to people who want to recruit hardworking young people is good for community college programs. It's good for employers. It's good for apprenticeship sponsors. At the same time, it's good for the kids. They may have a job working in one kind of business and they're making $12, $13 an hour. There may be an employer in their area who will offer them $20 an hour to do another job. That's good for the kid. But the idea is to make the whole labor market for young people more transparent in the benefit of both employers and the young people. With that, I urge a favorable report for the second year in a row.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the sponsor? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move to our first and last witness on the bill, Leonard Lucci.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, distinguished members of the Senate Finance Committee. What an honor and pleasure it is to appear before your newly revised committee. I am representing the Maryland, I'm Lem Lucci, representing the Maryland Workforce Alliance. That's a coalition of trade groups, unions, and apprenticeship providers that work together on workforce development issues. We supported this bill last year. We supported the bill this year. It's a very good tool for employers to recruit youth and give them better employment experiences. And so we ask you that once again to give this bill a favorable report.
Thank you. Any questions for this witness? Thank you for your testimony. Have a good afternoon. Okay, we're going to have about a minute for our next bill to sponsor to arrive. For those of you that would like to read ahead, we'll be moving to Senate Bill 178 in just a moment. Very good. So we're going to turn to Senate Bill 178, Business Regulations, Sale of Motor Fuel Signage, Gas Price Gouging Act. Vice Chair Kagan, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. This is sadly the last time I will see you this week. I know. For the record, Cheryl Kagan, very proud to be the senator for Gaithersburg and Rockville. So we're all pretty passionate about some of our bills. This is a bill that makes me angry. It makes a lot of your constituents really angry, and it will seek to solve a problem that is persistent and that is problematic. So we have all seen over the last couple of years, the price of gasoline skyrocket. People have been pretty worried about that. Their budgets have been stressed. And gas, if you're a driver, as I suspect all of us or virtually all of us are, gasoline is not an optional item. It's not something you can choose not to buy. You know, you can skip a vacation if you're pinching your pennies. You can buy the discount or, you know, generic brand of your favorite ice cream. But if you need to go to work or school or to visit loved ones, you need to be able to put gas in your tank. And the problem is getting worse because gas stations post enormous neon signs with the price that a very small fraction of their customers will pay. The National Association of Convenience Stores reported on the habits of gas buying customers. The number one factor for choosing where you're going to buy your gas is price. Makes sense. 63% of folks rely on the gas station's price, the signage. So generally, we're looking at the sign as we're driving by. We're seeing, ooh, that's a good price. We pull in and we want to fill up our tank. It's only after we pull in that we see that the price that's on the big sign, the big lit up sign on the roadway, is not the price that we will be charged. Because most of us, the enormous majority of us, use credit cards or debit cards. And the enormous price that is lit up on the roadway is the cash price. The problem is, one of the problems is, that this cash sign is teeny tiny, it's not illuminated, and folks don't know that that's the price, not the price that they are likely to be paying. The credit card or debit card price is likely to be hidden. It is likely to not be illuminated. It is, and we have a very quick PowerPoint, but it can be hidden behind a bush, hidden behind a parked car. And there are also distinctions, not just what we've been seeing over recent years of 5 cents, 6 cents, 10 cents. We're now seeing 25 cents more per gallon that most people will pay unless they get a car wash. Signage, totally unclear. Nothing else that we buy has a surcharge for using a credit card. When you go to the grocery store and you buy your food for your family, you pay cash, you pay credit, you pay debit, it's the same price. When you go to the movie theater, regardless of how you pay, it's the same price. Gas stations are the only vendors that charge a surcharge. They even charge it, excuse me, for gift cards. And debit cards, they're taking the money right out of my account. So there's no float and they're getting the money right away. And yet somehow they're able to get away with charging a fee, a higher fee. So here's the thing. Maryland law says that in Maryland, gas stations have to post the lowest price. And that's the law, which is crazy since we're talking about 10 to 20%, according to different studies. Only 10 to 20% of customers actually pay that price. So we're ripping off and misleading 80 to 90% of our constituents with these legally mandated gas signs. Montgomery County yesterday just introduced this bill on a local level. 10 of the 11 council members co-sponsored it. The 11th has already messaged me that she's in support. She just didn't get the co-sponsor thing in on time, I guess, but she's supportive. This has to be done, as lots of other states have already done. The opposition may tell you, and their testimony says, that no, this is no big deal. It's a few cents. There have only been 19 complaints. Colleagues, I want to thank the Office of the Attorney General. This is some of the complaints that have been filed with the Office of the Attorney General. That doesn't count our local county Office of Consumers Affairs or Better Business Bureau or anyone else. I have to tell you, if you can imagine driving and feeling annoyed because you were paid you were charged an extra 5 cents, 10 cents, 25 cents a gallon, you might be peeved about it. Think about how annoyed you have to be to leave the gas station, to go home, to get online, to find the contact information for the Office of the Attorney General, to fill out a complaint. And we're not talking about I can't pay my rent this month because I shopped at that gas station. These people are peeved. And Madam Chair, I will be brief, but I want to just flag a couple. And I want to mention that these come from all over the state. We have them from Loch Raven and Bel Air and Havre de Grace anyway, the list. Do we have a list? We have the list, but gas stations between Bellona and Greenmont along York Road all have lit signs with cash and credit prices. The typical difference is under 5 cents, although 10 cents would not surprise. The Govern's Carroll fuel sign only has cash lit at $3.99, way below competition. The credit price is displayed neither day nor night. Only when one has pulled in, exited the car, opened the gas flap, removed the cap, pulled out a wallet, and inserted a card does one find out that credit is 24 cents more per gallon. The $3.99 sets up a reasonable expectation that credit will also be cheaper, and does so knowing that many people will charge their gas, perhaps without even looking at the difference. This is classic bait and switch, which is against the law. I was a victim on June 19th when travel and time constraints forced me to complete the purchase. This evening, and this was last summer, I canceled, withdrew my card from the pump, put it away, inserted my gas cap, closed the flap, returned to my car, and drove away. This was from York Road in Baltimore, one complaint, and I have lots of them. And Madam Chair, I'm not going to start reading, although there are others that I can offer you. These are people, and even when they ask for reparations, there's one that asked for reparations of 50 cents. But to fill out the form and go through this whole process for 50 cents, this is a matter of principle. They feel ripped off and they are not happy about it. So this is not about the money. It's about fair practices. The Attorney General every year comes in endorsing this bill. The Office of Consumer Affairs, the Consumer Coalition, the Consumer Federation of America worked with me on modifying this bill slightly, national perspective, because this has been done elsewhere. And with that, I'd like to run through the, Tammy, if you would help me with or am I doing this myself? I can do it myself. Okay, so Here we go. So running through this briefly, there are different studies. Gas Buddy offered this. AAA is even higher. AAA says 90% of customers use either credit or debit. Gas Buddy says that about 30% pay cash, but the rest do credit and debit. And what you'll see on all of these signs. So this one right here, this is a Shell station. There's a 5-cent difference, and it is not until you get to the pump. There was no sign on the ground, and you see this is large and illuminated. And you will also see above the $2.34, do you see how that's illuminated? And right above it, it says regular, which is also illuminated. And next to that, it says cash prices, which is not illuminated. Here, there's a BP, again, a 6-cent difference. The price is illuminated. Under the price, it says cash or BP cards, not illuminated. On the ground, which you are not going to see while driving by, is a 6 cents. And again, it says credit price, which most people will pay. Most of our constituents will pay. And you will see, I make it clear that this is not any one business. At night, this will give you an example. Again, the cash price is not visible. The price is visible, but the word cash is not. On the ground, it says credit price. It's got the 6-cent increase. And you can tell that some of these pictures are from last year or whatever. But you see next to it at night, you cannot see that sign on the ground. So they will pull in expecting to pay the price that is illuminated, and that is not what they will pay. This is on West Street. A lot of us drive past it all the time. This is where this bill started, Oceanic. They've got this fancy logo, which distracts you from the word cash on their sign. And you will see literally every day behind the shrubbery, there is also a car that is parked in front of the sign, which is the credit sign. Every day, they are ripping off customers here on West Street. So credit and debit, as well as cash, you can post both, or you can just post the credit and debit. This one does it just fine. It works just fine. A customer can choose whether to use credit, debit, or cash, and they will know what they are paying. No surprises. This one also visible at night, and you will see it says at the top, larger font, cash, but right under it is a 6 cents difference, but it is illuminated. Again, customers should be able to see that. 10 other states have passed this already. They are red and blue states, as I bring to you a lot of legislation that is bipartisan. South Dakota did this 31 years ago. And guess what? Gas stations still exist in South Dakota. This is not an optional product. It's done in Louisiana, 1990, as well as other states, California, Connecticut, Delaware, Massachusetts, Georgia, all that. So the complaints, some of the complaints in this pile, just to wrap this up, Madam Chair and colleagues, Landover Hills, Exxon, Elkridge was a BP, Frederick was an Exxon, Rockville was a Mobil, Jessup, Exxon, Olney, Exxon, Pikesville was Marathon, Landover Hills, Exxon, Joppa, Royal Farms, Kensington was Econoway, Loch Raven, Exxon, the Aberdeen Proving Ground, Edgewood was a problem, Shell in Hanover, Oxon Hills, Landover Hills, Rockville Pike, Elkridge. I mean, there are a lot, and this is just a sampling. So it is time, please, let's stop having our constituents feeling angry and ripped off. It's the principle of the matter. And it is truly that our laws allow for an unreasonable, unfair, misleading bait and switch. Let's fix this. Thank you for your time and attention. And out of respect for you all, we didn't reach out to a million different people to have lots of testimony and lots of folks here. We were going to reach out to a bunch of these folks. We did not bother. I'm hoping that this pile is indicative enough. Thank you for your attention. Appreciate a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Mounts.
Thank you, Chairman. So, yeah, and I understand your testimony, and short of the undertone of it and the title of the bill, the Price Gouging Act, So the bill sort of saying that the gas stations are gouging customers, right? I mean, that's sort of what the presentation was and kind of what the bill says.
So are you done with your question? Should I ask?
Yeah, that's what the assertion is.
Sure. Thank you for the question. So I used to call this bill gas price clarity because I think it's about transparency. And again, this is the third bill that I've had with you this week, and they have all been about transparency and consumer protection. After talking to some folks, they really feel like they get gouged, they get ripped off. And it was suggested that we rename it, and we did. It's not just goody two shoes like let's have clarity. It's let's literally not have our constituents pull into a gas station expecting to pay one price. Can you imagine, going down to the canteen here and thinking you're going to pay $5 for a sandwich, and they say, nope, it's going to be more than that for no good reason.
But would you agree that they're required to post the lowest price?
Oh, that's the current law,
Right.
Senator. Absolutely.
Right. So they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. So
No.
I just want to make sure the inference on the
So I'm going
the businesses that the business are conducting, they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. I mean, I know a lot of entities that operate these businesses, and they're not. I mean, they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. I can understand how a customer would have a beef because of the transaction they entered into, but I just want to make sure that we're not saying they're not breaking the law. They're doing what they're supposed to be doing, right?
Thank you, Senator Moutz. I did not imply and did not mean to imply that the businesses are breaking the law. The reason I have a bill is because I think the law should be changed.
Okay.
So this business is complying with the law, but they're not misleading their customers because they show the credit and debit price as well as the cash price. They are in compliance with the current law. They would also be in compliance with the new law. So my problem, one of the problems, is that the gas stations are getting away with charging a surcharge for using another form of payment, which virtually nothing else in our lives, it doesn't apply anywhere else. So that's one issue, but I'm not trying to fix that. That's a different issue.
Well, I'm just trying to get the law. So I don't mean to
But the bill would be to change the law so that customers don't get ripped off. So thank you for the question.
And okay, sure.
Okay, are there any additional questions for the sponsor? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
We do have 3 witnesses to testify on this bill: Kirk McCauley, Ellen Valentino, and Callie Locklear. And they are signed up in opposition to the bill. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Ellen Valentino. I'm here today representing the Mid-Atlantic Petroleum Distributors Association in opposition. We appreciate the sponsors' commitment to the bill, but we do take issue with it at a number of levels, and we appreciate Senator Moutz pointing that out. This is not a price gouging bill. A lot of the examples that were presented here before you today is us following the law. So it's not a bait and switch. It's us doing what we're required to do under the Maryland law. And there was a host of complaints that were held up from the Attorney General. I urged the committee to get copies of them because we would like to review them ourselves so we can, really get a look and a handle on if there is a issue out there around price signing issues and our industry. I'm going to yield to Kirk McCauley, who represents the independent service station dealers, to talk about the data that we know, the law that we're trying to follow, and how complaints are handled generally through another department, not the Attorney General as well. So with that said, you have my written testimony. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Kirk?
Yeah, my name is Kirk McCauley with the WMDA Service Stations Convenience Store Association. Madam Chair and Vice Chair, appreciate you having us. We hear about all this gouging and ripping off the customer. How long do you think a business would be in business to be ripping off a customer? In a gas business where you depend on repeat business. If you don't have repeat business, you're out of business pretty quick. And people aren't stupid. In Maryland last year, I hope all y'all got it written, pumped over 2 billion gallons of gas, 2,364,000,000, so forth. It's in the written there. That's in FY 2022. If you took 16 gallons per purchase, and that's being liberal because most of them breed 12, 14 gallons, and divided that into that figure, that'd be 147,782,877 transactions. The Weights and Measures Division got 19 complaints. They're the people who enforce the law. We went to the comptroller's office and got complaints from them. They had 1 last year in FY 2022. So 20 complaints divided into 147 million transactions comes out to about 1 complaint every 7,300,000 and some thousand transactions. There is no problem here. I mean, it's pretty obvious. And as far as people charging for use of a credit card, if you go downstairs or across in the house, there's a 10% charge if you use a credit card and vending machine. When I got my lobby license, I paid $3 for using a credit card. So it's standard. But our dealers aren't trying to rip off anyone. That's what they do for a living, and they wouldn't be living long if they ripped off people. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, honorable members of the committee. For the record, Kaylee Locklear here on behalf of the Maryland Retailers Association. In all sectors of retail, consumers want to know the lowest price that they can pay for a product or an item. There are apps, and they were actually mentioned in the presentation earlier, created around finding the lowest price of products, and consumers will travel well out of their way to make extra trips and go even further to save money. Gasoline is no different, and that is why the current law states that retailers shall post the lowest price. And I bring this up every year, and we definitely take offense to the gouging comments because that is not what's happening at all. The reason that retailers are offering 2 different prices, a cash price and a credit price, is the direct result of swipe fees. The more expensive price, the credit price, reflects gas station owners trying to cover the cost of what banks, credit card companies, and processors charge them every single time a customer uses their card to pay for gas. Essentially, and although there are some signs out there, we've all seen them, I know you saw them on the PowerPoint, many retailers have existing signs that cannot currently hold both cash and credit pricing. So essentially, this bill would force those retailers into purchasing new signs, and they are very expensive. We have over the years shared those costs and can do so with you again. Finally, and this is mentioned in the fiscal note, but non-compliance with this law would carry very, very steep penalties. It would be a misdemeanor if you do not follow this law, and fines in upwards of $5,000. So with those comments, I'm glad to answer any questions, and we urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I'm just kind of curious. I tend to avoid those stations that have different pricing structure, and I like to keep it simple and go to a station that just have one price. Because personally, I hate to take out cash at a gas station, and kind of like that. Anyway, that's another story. But like, how do you explain, say, Wawa? You go to Wawa gas station, they just have one price for everybody. Yeah. But Wawas are popping up all over the country. That means it seems like they're making a profit. They're doing well. They just have one price. And to be honest, that's where I go, because I know I don't have to think about which card, and, that additional swipe. So why would gas retailer have these two different prices, but others seem to do well, make a profit, just charging one price, no matter what method of payment.
So
cash, credit, debit, doesn't matter.
Absolutely. And full disclosure, so many of my larger members do not do separate pricing. You'll see it in independent operators. And the reason is the profit margin that's made on gasoline is somewhere around 3 to 7 cents. It is a very, very low profit industry. So for independent operators who I know you see the signs, you recognize Shell, or you see whatever that large company is, there is an independent operator behind that that is trying to save as much money as they possibly can. So when you think about labor fees and utility fees, all of those things that they have to pay to operate, they're going to try to save as much money as they possibly can there. And they do so when they're able to use cash instead of paying all those fees behind the scenes.
So that's for the small, I'm sorry, so you want to,
No, go ahead.
so that's for, are you saying the smaller operators are the ones who usually charge the cash versus credit?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. And that's important for their profit margin?
Correct.
And so how could the larger retailers survive not taking that into consideration? What's the difference between the
volume?
Two? Volume?
Yeah.
Volume and good sandwich.
I mean, you use them. Could you use the mic, sir?
Sandwich, I guess that's what they do, and they have a lot of volume.
Okay.
They build them prime, say large lots.
Could you use the mic? Yes.
I'm sorry. But at any rate, yeah, that is how they can do it. They can make a little less on this, make a little more on that. And,
okay,
that's what they do. And
so from the non-gas sales.
For the non-gas sales, yeah, it's all in one bundle at the end of the day. And
okay.
And some people can afford to do that and everything.
Okay.
So
thank you.
And
thank you, Senator.
On the cash, there's a lot of people that can't afford or don't have a credit card. So it gives them a break to be able to buy cheaper gas. So
thank you. Senator Mounts.
Yeah. I just want to follow up on the questions from earlier. Is it more expensive for you to sell gas through credit card or to sell gas through cash?
Absolutely, yeah. Credit cards run anywhere normally up to about 3%,
right?
Between 2.5% and 3%, it adds up real quick.
It sounded like the assertion was, well, these service stations or gas stations have got their price posted, but we're getting charged a different price at the pump, and you're required to post that price, correct?
Yeah, correct.
That's correct. Actually, the pumper posts the higher price. Someone wants to pay cash, they'll change.
Offhand, do you know how much those signs cost, like ballpark?
They can be up to $10,000. You know, I mean, it's most of the new ones are all digital,
right?
So you don't have to climb a ladder, put a aluminum pole up there and get electrocuted or something. But
to change them. So if a law were to pass to require you to change, how much fun would that be?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but when I checked with the suppliers and stuff, it can be up to $10,000. I'm sure it could be a little less, depending on what kind of sign you have and everything. So, but it's an expensive operation to do.
In my district, they're not just gas stations; they're like community centers. People don't stop for gas; they stop for conversation, newspapers. You get the best word of the day. So, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. I don't see any additional questions for this panel. Thank you very much for your testimony. That will conclude the hearing on Senate Bill 178. We'll now turn to Senate Bill 197, 4-day work week, pilot program, and income tax credit. Senator Heddleman, good afternoon. And if you have a panel, you can feel free to bring them forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Finance Committee, I'm very happy to be here today. My name is Shelley Heddleman. I'm the senator from District 11. I want you to think a little bit of what work used to be for your parents and what society used to be like back when you were growing up. And even before that, I'm going to take you back a little bit back in history to about 1938 when the Fair Labor Standards Act was enacted. And it was enacted and created and established originally a 44-hour work week that was lowered in 1940 to 40 hours. And that was one of the reasons it was created then, was to protect workers and to combat exploitative labor practices that had begun earlier. We have actually, it used to be that if you go way back in history, and some of the testimony will walk you through that history, it used to be we didn't really have any limitations on the number of hours that were worked by workers. If you fast forward a little bit, the workforce today has changed dramatically. The workplace has changed dramatically. Now you have women that have entered the workforce since that time. You have technology that has blurred the difference between the workplace and home life. There are no fine lines anymore between work and home when we can receive texts and emails and have the technology to be able to access them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. As the world of work has changed over this time, and as we have recently experienced COVID, I would say the world of work has changed again during COVID, and we have all heard of the Great Resignation, and we have heard about the challenges that employers have finding workers and the struggles that employees have finding satisfaction in work life. And one of the responses to that, I would argue, is looking at what is a 4-day work week and what would it do to address some of the challenges that are facing employers and employees today. What this bill does is it creates a tax credit program. It's a pilot program. It would be in operation for 5 years. It would provide the Department of Labor some administrative money to be able to run this program, similar to a grant program. And they would have $750,000 a year for 5 years to be able to provide to companies who were willing to experiment. This is not a mandate. This is not a panacea, but I've always thought the states are the laboratories of democracy, and Maryland wants to be at the forefront of attracting young, creative, innovative workers. And this is one way we can do that. Let's take a look. Let's let the Department of Labor manage this program and experiment and provide this little carrot to businesses, give them a little help in their administrative work in managing this. And let's see, it would take, and I have an amendment to clarify, it would take the 40-hour work week, and it would say that the employer had to pay the equivalent of, they couldn't reduce the pay, but the worker would work for 32 hours. And then let's collect, the employer would have to be willing to collect data and share that data with the department. They would do an analysis, and they could be eligible for the tax credit for up to 2 years. Let's see if it works. If it works and it is demonstrably a good policy for expanding productivity and worker happiness, let's continue it. If not, let's get rid of it. There has been quite a lot of research internationally on the effectiveness of this program. There's a group called the 4-Day Week Global that studied this. They did a study in 2022 and with 33 companies and 903 employees throughout the United States and Ireland and a couple of other countries. And for 6 months, they reduced their work week to 32 hours a week. They did not reduce pay. And the vast majority of the companies are going to continue. And the vast majority of the workers, 97% of the workers, wanted to continue. So is this a panacea to the struggles that our workforce is enduring right now? No, but it is an interesting and creative approach. And I have to say, we've had some terrific conversations with the acting director, the acting secretary of labor. She actually had some experience with one of the, I think, companies that has done this in Japan. We have a lot of the research that shows the win-win that this can be in your written testimony. And there are a lot of academics who have studied those pilot programs that have been conducted internationally. And they say it's a good idea. in this day and age when we want to attract Gen Z and millennials, I think this is a creative and innovative way to get them to come to Maryland and to get our businesses to give it a try. So thank you. And I appreciate your support of Senate Bill 197. Happy to answer any questions when you want.
Thank you. Well, I had panacea and win-win in my testimony. I knew. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Michelle Seary. I'm the Executive Director of the Women's Law Center of Maryland. We're a statewide nonprofit law firm that employs 17 Marylanders in 3 different counties. And we're very happy to be here in support of SB 197. So you all probably already know that about 49% of workers in Maryland are women. But did you also know that according to a 2022 study, 1 in 3 women are currently looking to downshift their careers, either downshifting just to shorter work weeks or leaving the workforce entirely due to the burdens that they carry, primarily regarding the weight of family caregiving and employment work. That means that we could lose more than 500,000 Marylanders from our workforce due to the infrastructure that we have in place. These are teachers, police officers, doctors, lawyers, could even be legislators. So it's paramount that we make structural changes into how we work, or even more women will be forced to the breaking point and forced out of the workforce. This problem is particularly acute for the 2/3 of Maryland families that have a woman as the sole primary or co-breadwinner. And as the crisis of care deepens in our state, it's hit those the worst who can afford it the least. Black and Latina workers who already bear a disproportionate share of the gender pay gap have been forced out of the workforce at higher rates than their counterparts. But there are things that we can do, and this bill is just one very easy step to stop the bleeding. As the senator says, it is not mandatory, it is a carrot. It is a win-win, and it is something that we think will be give us the information that we need to figure out how we can fix what is right now currently very broken in our systems. As an employer, as someone who cares for children and aging parents, and as the Executive Director of the Women's Law Center of Maryland, I'm here to urge a favorable report on SB 197.
Thank you. Senator Reedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just curious, Senator Hedelman, I actually like the idea of reimagining workforce and reimagining how we do things. One thing I wonder about is what jobs would this apply to? Because like if you're like one of the health occupations we're real concerned about right now is nursing, right?
Yep.
Well, you can't, there's 40 hours because you need 40 hours of work,
Sure.
you know, whereas like if you're in sales, you have technically a 40-hour work week, but really your job is like making sales. So you can, some cases the company's like, well, you don't have to work 40 hours if you bring in a purpose. I mean, can you talk about what this would apply to? And then I may have one other question.
Sure. Thank you very much for that question. Absolutely. So I think it requires a bit of a mind shift, right? It requires looking at actual productivity rather than hours worked. So I actually think this is being done for nurses. And it's not necessarily that that the world in your workplace works from Monday to Thursday. It can be staggered so that you have the entirety of your clients or customers or whatever are being serviced, not just necessarily by the same people at the same time. So there's flexibility there. The kinds of companies, it ranges from Shake Shack, right? So those are frontline workers who participate in this. There was a New Zealand company that does wills and estates called Perpetual Guardian. In 2018, they did this, and it was such a success that they continued it. There are firms called like Praxis, Sensei Labs, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society of Canada is in this trial right now. Media companies, tech companies, nonprofit companies. So it runs the gamut. It's not only sort of white collar groups, and in fact, a surprising number are smaller businesses who are able to do it. I hope that answers.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. And I think, the challenge with there's a lot of challenges with looking at this whole reimagining though, because I feel like my concern with a lot of the things we've heard about, and I follow a lot of things on social media that talk about worker burnout and how they feel taken advantage of. And the joke about quiet quitting is like, I'm only working my 40 hours. And I'm only doing exactly what I'm paid for. And they're like, well, why is that quiet quitting? But there is something we still need to help people understand, that, you know, it's not just about punching a clock, that you actually can make yourself more valuable and expand your skills, even if you're not technically compensated for it every second of the time you're there. I worry about how do we avoid sending that wrong message if by making it look at a certain number of hours. I don't know if my question makes any sense.
So it makes total sense to me. And I think that the research they did for people who went through this experiment is people became more efficient at work, right? Does your hour meeting really need to be an hour, or can we boil it down to 30 minutes? They became more focused at work. There's been a lot of research on the number of hours that they're diminishing returns at a certain point, right? You can only really focus and concentrate on work for a set period of time before you just sort of get too burnt out. And so the employees and the studies that have looked at that have found that with fewer hours, people are able to focus more intently and more productively in the workplace, and have that extra time to be able to kind of escape, to be able to get their hair cut and go to the dentist and do the things that one needs to do in the work week, and take care of their children or do their, gardening. And they were happier being able to manage that balance and more productive in the workplace.
Thank you. We're going to go to Senator Hershey, then Kramer, then Mounts. Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator, I just wanted to follow up on a couple of things. You've mentioned a number of times that there was an experiment that went on. Where was that? Do you know?
It's in 2022. It was 33 companies, 903 employees, the U.S., Ireland, and a few other countries. And they're doing more of a study right now focused on North America.
Okay, and then back to the question again. In that experiment, what type of industries were these, again, the businesses?
Right. They were, I believe they were the ones that I mentioned. They were media, tech, medical nonprofits. They were gaming companies, an architectural firm, Shake Shack. I don't think that they were part of I don't think Shake Shack was part of the study. Right. Companies like that.
It seems to be more that this could be efficient, effective, more in maybe white collar type employers that where individuals are on an annual salary, right, than a hourly salary.
Yes and no. So I will also tell you, back in 2008, John Huntsman in Utah did this for state employees there. And it was very successful. Unfortunately, he got into a tiff with the legislature. They overrode it when he left office. But you could also do it in public spaces. So salaried employees, I think it's probably easier, but they're doing it in hourly, like at Shake Shack.
Well, that goes back to then your point about, how is somebody more efficient if, their responsibility, let's say at Shake Shack, where you said that they were the front line, is to serve a certain amount of customers that come in the door during a certain time frame. They can't serve more people if they're not there, and they certainly can't serve, anybody while they're not there as well, too. So I don't understand that.
I think it's the scheduling flexibility that makes people happier in that kind of circumstance. It's not necessarily I don't know exactly how they measure productivity there, so I can't speak to that.
I'd struggle to find a way that this could be done for hourly employees, but maybe we can figure that out. And then I actually think, some people had talked about if you take people that aren't working another day a week, does that actually put more pressure on hourly employees that are out there serving those that now have let's say a free day to work? But let me ask one other question. Tax credit certificates. Is this a subsidy that a company would come in and say, I gave, and I think you had a minimum of 30 people or so, I gave 30 people, I keep saying off, but you don't have to work on Fridays. I mean, it essentially is what you're saying. You work Monday through Thursday. And even though we've agreed on your salary to say that you're going to give me a certain hourly commitment on that, I'm going to reduce the time that you work by 20%. You don't have to be there anymore. Is this tax credit certificate a subsidy that makes up that amount? Or is it, what is a tax credit certificate?
Well, and that would be something that the department would work through, honestly. It is meant to help them administratively. And if there are businesses that are nervous there about losing money, and this is a way to help them kind of bridge that gap and have the department help them with technical assistance. But that would be something that the department would work out.
Okay, so an employer that was willing to try this pilot program would not necessarily know the extent of the tax credit.
That would be set by by the department.
But it's not intended to be a subsidy. It's not intended for the $750,000 to make up what you still had to pay your employee, but you did not get the productivity.
Not necessarily. That's a statewide cap.
Right.
Not an individual company.
Right. So I can't see that it'd be a subsidy. I can't see it making up.
It would help. Right.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Kramer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello there, Senator.
Hello.
I'd like to pick up a little bit on where Senator Hershey just left off on. I'm trying to wrap my arms around the pilot program. I'm assuming at the moment, any business entity that finds their employees or their ability to attract employees or retain, that they say, hey, we've got a perk for you. You're going to have a 4-day week. That they would go down that path just by virtue of where the market is driving the industry. I'm trying to figure out what this does to inspire a business based on, and this goes to what Senator Hershey was saying, $250,000 statewide. I'm sorry, 750? 750,000 statewide for companies with a minimum of 30 employees. How does that translate into an incentive for them to do this? I mean, I can understand that, like I said, the marketplace dictates, hey, we can't hire employees right now. We've got to go to a 4-day week to make people happy. That's where they're going to go. How do you anticipate this is going to incentivize a business with at least 30 employees to do this? Also understanding that, you know, if it works out and they said, well, this was a pilot program, sorry, folks, you're back to 5 days now. So I'm also trying to get a handle on what's the long game here.
Right.
What are we going to do with this?
So thank you for the question. So in an ideal world, the marketplace would be driving people, I would think, in this direction. It is still so new that this is just, as I said before, like a little carrot to push people over the edge, right? Maybe a business is thinking about doing this. It is still so new, and it's new in this part of the world. So it is, and I would think that we would be having a different conversation maybe 3-4 years from now. But this is just a little nudge to a company that might be considering doing something like this to give them a little bit of a financial break. Now, long term, I would think that the marketplace would drive more practices in this direction, and then they wouldn't really need the state assistance to get them there because the productivity would sell itself.
So what do you see as being, and again, I'm just trying to get a handle on it. And you said the department would figure out what the return is.
Well,
what do you think it would take to get somebody with 30 employees financially inspired to say, hey, 30 employees, we're going to a 4-day work week now? What would that be?
So I don't know what that magic number is. I really don't know. But if they're thinking about doing this anyway, and they're thinking about an experiment, then I think having some assistance from the state to do it and getting a little break on their taxes to do it might nudge them over the edge to make the decision to experiment.
If I may, I would just add that there's safety in numbers. And so, you know, a lot of times employers we're concerned about making big changes if we think other folks in the workforce aren't doing those same things. And so if we see that there's a pilot program that we know other folks are going to be joining, I think that that'll help a little bit. And also the studies have shown that the companies saw an increase in revenue for the same price, same number of employees. They saw an increase of revenue due to that increased productivity and the lack of turnover, which is, I would say as an employer, like the hardest thing is the constant turnover and the cost of turnover. And so I think that those things, if you have something that can take a little of that fear away, I think makes it a little bit easier.
And then finally, how would this all work with government? And I apologize if I missed that. Which government units are going to be?
This was just encouraging. There wouldn't be a financial benefit for a government to do it. It would be sort of leading the way in terms of a change in workforce culture. So that would be something that would be decided within governmental units themselves.
Okay, so at local and state, which government?
State is what we were focused
state
on.
Government.
Correct.
But this would mean at some point somebody has to make the decision. For instance, if the Department of Transportation now or the Motor Vehicle Administration goes to a 4-day week, do you envision that, or how would that work?
This was encouraging it. This is really focused at the private sector with encouragement at the public.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Mounts.
Thank you, Chairman. Excuse me. Well, you mentioned studies. What were the studies?
So there's a nonprofit group called 4-Day Week Global Foundation, and they actually have a really interesting website. So I would direct you to that, and they will go through a bunch of the studies. And I'm happy to share more information.
Is this legislation modeled after any other programs or?
Not after other bills that I know of, not after other legislation.
Are there any programs like this in other states or around the world?
Not in terms of the government that I know of.
How is it formulated? Is this something you've been working on and you sort of pieced it together, or
working with this group and the Democracy Policy Network? It was sort of looking at new ways of doing work, and so pieced it together with some national organizations.
When you're piecing it together, where did the formulation or calculation lead you to tax credits? How did that factor in?
Just thinking that that would be an incentive for businesses to participate.
Okay. And so what is the incentive on tax credits? I was listening, there were some questions about it. And how much, it was at $750,000 was going to be available for tax credits, or was that $750,000 to run the program?
$750 a year for the tax credits.
And how would you envision, how would we envision tax credits to be an incentive for an employer? How would they be used? What would be the benefit? So if you had X number of employees, or
you'd get a break on that. And for example, a nonprofit could get a break on their FICA.
Right.
Something.
And I was thinking about this, and this is a little critical of the bill, but it's almost as if, well, if this works well, wouldn't the market be the incentive?
I totally agree with you. This is sort of that bridge, right? It's kind of what Michelle was saying, that there might be some nervousness, an unsettlement about going ahead with this. This is just a little carrot to give people the nudge to try it. And then the marketplace either demonstrates that it's a terrific idea and it works, or it doesn't.
In the global study, is there any place around the world where there is a requirement for a 4-day week, or is there anything?
There are some, I will have to find this, but they're not requirements, but there are some countries that have been encouraging it. Here, I will give you some examples. So In Spain, the Prime Minister's administration is investing money into a program to trial a 4-day work week. In Iceland, the Reykjavik City Council and Iceland national government conducted 4-day workweek trials without reductions in pay. And they led unions to renegotiate working patterns there. And now 86% of Iceland's workforce had either moved to shorter hours for the same pay or in New Zealand, this company, Perpetual Guardian is the name of this New Zealand company that in 2018 was so successful. And they have been looking at it. They're doing an experiment there in New Zealand. In Japan, in light of the pandemic, their 2021 annual economic policy guidelines unveiled plans to push companies to adopt a 4-day work week. And and Microsoft Japan reported a productivity boost of 40%. One thing I did not mention is the energy cost savings too. And Microsoft, the electricity costs were reduced by 23%. In February of 2022, Belgian lawmakers passed a bill. So there's a lot more examples.
So it's like a trend. It's a trend to go to that. But has anybody studied, so with your work week and your work schedule, it usually comes with responsibility. There are a number of different work environments that people, strive to find, whether it just kind of things play out. But, even here in Maryland right now, there are people with a 4-day work week. Have we studied that to report on that? Is there any documentation of what's going on?
No. And in fact, that was part of our conversation with the Department of Labor this week is getting a handle on what is currently being done and, kind of what is out there.
I mean, it seems like it would be important to know what's being done before the government steps in and kind of influences what's happening in the workplace. That's one thought that I'd share with you.
Thank you. And I mean, a major part of this is studying, is collecting the data, is looking at whether it's having the intended effect that we want it to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Guile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Senator Heddleman, for this really interesting concept. So I was looking at the letter that was filed in support by the Maryland Legislative Coalition. And I think you explained this earlier, but I mean, the title of the bill is a 4-day work week, but it says in this letter that it's not necessarily 4 days in as much as it's 32 hours. You could do the 32 hours spread out over 5 days, correct?
Correct.
And, I'm thinking of, I think Senator Reedy was talking earlier about healthcare workers, for example. And I know, a friend of mine is a nurse and she works 3/12s. So I mean, that's a 3-day work week, but you're saying more that this is the quantity of hours worked is 32 hours, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And, and I'm thinking about this because we keep talking here in this committee about labor shortages that we're experiencing in the state and beyond. And I'm thinking, just by way of a hypothetical, let's say you've got a factory that manufactures widgets and you need 20 people to manufacture those widgets working 40 hours a week. If you reduced all those 20 people to 32 hours, you would need 25 people, right? Is that right?
20% more.
Yeah. Right? Yeah. I did a little math before that. This is not off the top of my head. But I'm just concerned then that you've got this place that needs 5 more people in order to get the job done. And I understand your point earlier where you said like that some studies have shown an increase of productivity, but it still does give me some pause that we're already dealing with a labor shortage and maybe this would help in certain industries, but it still makes you think, well, you still got to get a job done. And wouldn't you need more people to do it?
Right. And I would say that there are certain industries that it would be work more efficiently and effectively in than others. Right.
Okay.
So I don't know if the factory is the most appropriate place to pilot this. That's why it's a pilot for the, business people to come to us to say, yeah, I was thinking about this and this is something I'm interested in participating in. So it's not a perfect thing for every workplace.
Okay. And, and just one more question, Madam Chair, if I may. I know that just to follow up, I think Senator Hershey had mentioned something about hourly employees. And I think I understood what you're saying, but I'm just trying to think of it conceptually. If somebody's working, if it's an hourly employee, and I think your example was Shake Shack, right? If they're doing 32 hours a week instead of 40, is Shake Shack paying them for 40 hours a week, but they're only working 32 hours a week?
I believe they are.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I have a question. And this is, maybe we can talk offline in the interest of time, but I'm very curious in the places that have tried this, what implications this has for employee benefits that are based on hours. You know, I spent a lot of time on pensions and, you know, certainly looking at the leave issue, which we've been discussing in the General Assembly, just wondering what the implications would be for those benefits that are based on number of hours worked. So if you have any information on that and can share it with me, that would be great.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any additional questions for this panel, so thank you very much. We'll move to the next witness, Henry Bogdan. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Henry Bogdan. I'm the Policy Director of Maryland Nonprofits. We're here in support with an amendment. With the statewide association, we have 1,500 members across the state, nonprofits of all sizes in every county. Nonprofits basically are in the same place as the rest of the workforce. We have the same issues. We like to experiment with the same things in terms of workforce flexibility. We would get the same, you know, I think would be valuable to have us able to participate in this. The issue becomes one of the nature of the incentive. It's a tax credit against income tax, which 501c nonprofits don't pay. However, the state has found a device that allows nonprofits to participate in these programs on an equal basis by applying the credit against the employer withholding account with the state comptroller. This has been done for over 20 years with the state's tax credit for hiring persons with documented disabilities. Last year, when you passed the work opportunity tax credit, state piggyback on the federal credit, that bill was amended with language that I attached to my testimony. Subsection C of that section, the bottom of the page that I attached. It's very simple language that allows these employers who have to pay the comptroller into the same accounts, basically, to take that credit against that liability to the comptroller. It's also been done in the tax credit we have to promote commuting, employers supporting subsidized commuting or different types of commuting for their employees. I mean, I think I can say for the association, we think that this is with study and we would like to be able to participate.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. We're going to move to the next two witnesses on the list, Bruce Bariano, Mike O'Halloran. They've signed up in opposition to the bill. Good afternoon.
Thanks, Bruce. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Senate Finance Committee. For the record, my name is Mike O'Halloran, here today representing NFIB. I certainly appreciate the sponsor's intent, you know, but I'll touch on this in a moment. But I think Senator Hershey brought up a very valid point: is that, you know, the figure it out. The good news is that small businesses are hiring. The bad news is they just can't find folks to fill those positions. So I don't think there's anything in the study that's being held up as an inspiration that justifies spending hundreds of thousands in taxpayer dollars to incentivize what will likely only be a handful of companies, frankly, that can afford to move their workforce to a 4-day work week. There's no benefit in this bill for small businesses and industries and sectors that must operate on 5 or even 7 days a week. I appreciate certainly the carrot approach, but the bill and unfortunately the study just don't account for what it takes truly to operate and run a small business here in Maryland. I'll even point to in the condensed report on page 8, quote, to participate, companies were not required to institute exact type of work time reduction or a 4-day work week. So again, I want to reiterate, I appreciate the sponsor's intent, appreciate the carrot approach, but certainly the fact that the bill is the specifics limited to those with 30 employees or more, that right out the gate shuts out so many of our job creators that Maryland's economy depends on. So with that, it pains me to say we respectfully request an unfavorable report.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Finance Committee. The only thing I like about this bill is the sponsor. Now, if the bill applied to the state legislature, I'd support the bill. But no, seriously, this is such an incredible waste of money. $750,000 a year for 5 years. I would take that money and use job force development. The notion of working 4 days a week, where nationally and internationally we're competing with other nations that, I mean, working less. No one is required to work at all. The study is going to be done supposedly by the employees and the businesses. I don't know how reliable that's going to be. You don't need this bill at all. If companies and businesses want to have their employees work 4 days a week, they can just do it. I'm not accusing the proponents of this bill of anything. This is such a waste of money, though. It really is. $750,000 over 5 years is a lot of money. There are places that really can be used to help people that don't have jobs, people that are out in the streets living, you know, in blankets and stuff like that. It's just, I'm a workaholic, and maybe that's my problem. I mean, I work 7 days a week. I'd amend this bill to require everybody to work 7 days a week. But it's the business community does not need this as an incentive or a carrot. We can't find employees. We just can't. And people on this committee know that in their other jobs and occupations. And here we're talking about people working less than 5 days a week. It's just doesn't make sense to me. It really doesn't. I say it respectfully. It just needs a lot more thought, and not passage of a bill. I would urge an unfavorable report, please.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions, so we'll move to virtual witnesses. We have Joe O'Connor speaking in support of the bill. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to address you in relation to this bill. I'm speaking in support. I'm the director and co-founder of the Work Time Reduction Center of Excellence, which has been set up in partnership with Curium Solutions, who are specialists in change management and operational excellence with offices in Florida and Washington. I'm also the former CEO of 4 Day Week Global and led the design, coordination, and implementation of the 4-day working week trials involving hundreds of employers and thousands of employees that have been referenced already in the debate in North America, in Europe, and also in Australasia. This is something that we've seen from the data that, first of all, there are statistically significant improvements in employee well-being across a whole range of different indicators among those participating in the trials. And that's not surprising. The thing that maybe might seem surprising and might seem counterintuitive is that of the 33 companies in the US and Ireland who participated in the first study, all of them reported that they were able to maintain or improve productivity. All of them indicated that they would continue with the policy after the trial. And all of them experienced, on average, an increase in revenue of more than 10%. So this is something that successful growing businesses are managing to introduce. And the reason they're able to do it is that for many businesses, a shorter work week is already here. It's just buried under the rubble of outdated processes, unnecessary and overlong meetings, and poor use of technology. It's not a one-size-fits-all. There are many sectors and industries that require a different approach, that requires more innovation, a commitment to operational excellence. But I do believe, from the experience I have working with businesses across a whole range of industries, sizes, and countries, that this is something that, for the majority of businesses, the 4-day week can replace the 5-day week in time as the new normal. And for many others, some version or variation of reduced working time can be achieved. I think that by passing this bill, Maryland will be putting themselves as a pioneer, not just within the United States, but as a global leader. And I'm happy within the questions to talk about how the way this bill has been structured around a tax credit is something that I actually think by design is a very progressive way to structure a scheme of this nature.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions, so have a good afternoon. We're going to move to the next witness, which is Brian Florido. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can I be heard?
Mm-hmm. You're good.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Griffith and members of the committee. My name is Brian Florido. I'm a resident of District 4. I'm submitting my testimony in support of SB 197, 4-Day Workweek Act of 2023. I'd revisit what was stated earlier of the 3 countries mentioned, Japan, Iceland, and Belgium, as an example of what 4-day work weeks can look like here in Maryland. These 3 countries all touching critical aspects of a functioning society: productivity, quality, mental and physical health, and of course, work-life balance. Japan began a test with just Microsoft first implementing a 4-day work week, reporting productivity as high as 40% while reducing energy costs as low as 23%. Large companies like Hitachi and Panasonic have also created plans to follow similarly behind. What was once an unthinkable notion from a country whose post-war prosperity was built on the workforce, willing to sacrifice home life for the good of a company, now are prioritizing citizens for a better work-life balance without the loss of quality in work and promoting family development. Iceland is one of the most socially progressive countries that, while required to have 36 hours of work be completed, workers not only met the 36 hours of work, but companies saw that the loss of time didn't contribute to loss of production. In turn, when this study began in 2015, we saw tourists rising from 1.39 million visitors to 2.20 million in over 4 years. Finally, Belgium, whose implementation grants workers the flexibility that we struggle here in Maryland. Between working the hours needed to cover our bills and attempting to complete our education, flexibility is the one thing we see greatly to take care of ourselves, to be productive while also starting families. My personal experience here, I've been in the private sector and in the public. I've been in construction and I've worked in IT. And most notably, a lot of folks really do concentrate on trying to have or give what they can to their families. So I hope this small bit gives you a little bit to think about, and I respectfully urge this committee to return a favorable report on SB 197.
Thank you so much. And seeing no questions, that will conclude the hearing on Senate Bill 197. Have a good afternoon. Colleagues will now turn to Senate Bill 228, which is the Department of Aging Dementia Care Coordinator and Dementia Care Navigation Programs. Senator Beidel, good afternoon, one of several today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, unfortunately, it's one of several, and just like the rest of you, I'm tired, but we'll try to get through this without belaboring too much. So thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Senate Bill 228 is about dementia outreach. And this is a bill that I've cross-filed with the House, and it's a way for us to reach more people that need help with dementia care, to provide providers, educational programs, and help people concerned with their cognitive function. I don't know if you all know how serious this issue is becoming as our population of seniors is growing, but in Maryland right now, we have 110,000 people diagnosed with dementia. And by 2025, it's expected to grow to 130,000. In the United States right now, they estimate 7 million to grow to 9 million by 2030 and 12 million by 2040. So caring for dementia patients has become truly an issue in our society. So the legislation was introduced last year, however, it did not get out of the House committee, so it didn't come over. So Delegate Cullison asked that I cross-file for her this year. There are some concerns. There's an amendment that I'll provide to staff that will coordinate this bill with the House bill. There were some changes that got in after I dropped my bill, so I will share those amendments. But I have a couple of professionals here that work with dementia care, and if I can, I'm going to turn it over to my witnesses. So Eric, will you start? Great.
Thank you so much, Senator Beidel, Chair Griffith, Vice Chair Kosmeyer,
Eric Colchimero with the Alzheimer's Association. Thrilled to be here before Finance today for the first time this session. This legislation, as amended, creates an outreach program at each of Maryland's local aging departments. You'll hear stories today from dementia caregivers. I want to focus my testimony about why this bill is necessary and how it reflects listening to the concerns of local jurisdictions. It's necessary because caregivers need the help. As Senator Bidel alluded to, dementia is a disease that gets progressively worse, taking a toll on the people who have the disease and their caregivers. Nearly 69% of our caregivers have chronic health conditions themselves, 28% have depression, and roughly 14% are in poor physical health. Yet statewide, we have $0 in dementia-specific funds to help them, unlike 11 other states. We are leaving Maryland residents behind and their caregivers behind in this space. This bill has been developed over the interim after listening to our state and our counties. In 2022, the state asked for more money to administer this legislation. In 2023, if you deduct what the agency says they need to administer the program, it leaves on average of over $100,000 for each local aging department. Anne Arundel County has an outreach program right now, which they administer through their limited federal funds. Their budget is roughly $100,000. In Wisconsin, this program was first started about a decade ago. This is not a new concept of helping dementia caregivers. Georgia is starting up this program now. Residents in need are being helped in each of those states through dementia-specific funding for caregivers. This legislation has been proposed with an amendment. It solely requires a program at local aging departments, not for them to hire a staffer. And it asks the Department of Aging to listen to local jurisdictions and distribute the funds accordingly based on need. This program works, it saves money, and I ask for a favorable report as it helps caregivers, it reflects consensus, and I appreciate the time.
Good afternoon, Chair Griffith, Vice Chair Klausmeier, and members of the committee. My name is Etola Biggs, and I live in Baltimore County. I am an advocate for the bill, State Bill 228, entitled Department of Aging, Dementia Care Navigation Programs, because I am a caregiver for my mother, who was diagnosed with Alzheimer's in 2016. Although I work remotely full-time, I need assistance in caring for my mom during the daytime working hours. After my workday ends about 5 p.m. and the aide or my sister leaves for the day, if I had help for the day, I start or I continue my second full-time job, which is caring for my mom. My mom used to work as a private in-home aide, and that was her passion. Now she needs an aide. Every day for her is like Groundhog Day. She doesn't remember what happened yesterday, let alone an hour or 10 minutes ago. Sometimes mom looks me right in the eye and she asks, "Where's Etola?" And that's me. Caregiving is a labor of love that brings many challenges. It impacts my mental, physical, and social life. In this short time, I've experienced many occasions of physical and mental burnout. Whether mom is calling me repeatedly at 3 a.m. because she thinks it's time for her to get up for breakfast, or whether she's going to the bathroom at 6 a.m. and I'm changing the already wet linen and pads so she can go back to bed and sleep in a dry bed, there's never a dull moment. We were fortunate to connect with the Baltimore County Department of Aging to help navigate the system and to identify some resources. But not every aging department has the same type of help. Governor Moore talks about leaving no one behind. And perhaps if I didn't live in Baltimore County, I wouldn't have some of the aid that I have, and maybe I would be a left behind caregiver. I request favorable vote for State Bill 228 to be fully funded to provide resources to assist dementia caregivers across the state with support, outreach, and to help connecting with respite care. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Griffith and Vice Chair Klausmeier in this committee. My name is Andy Lepore, and my dad was diagnosed with mild to moderate Alzheimer's in the end of 2021, and I'm his designated caregiver. When I first found out about the diagnosis, I was completely overwhelmed trying to find out as much as I could about the disease and the effects on the person diagnosed. To my surprise, there is not a lot of information out there to be able to get help in Maryland. This is a disease that affects more than just the person diagnosed, but also the caregivers. We have to be strong and mentally prepared for the days, months, and even years to come. My dad is able to still live a normal life right now, but I'm trying to navigate this knowing that eventually I'll have to stop working to care for him. You grow up always depending on one or both of your parents, knowing one day that they may need to depend on you, but you don't realize that they might not be able to recognize you at some point, even though you know who they are and you know how much they love you. This will be a journey for both of us to go through together. Unfortunately, we ran into some bumps in the road. His neurologist wanted him to get into a study for people with Alzheimer's, but he was not a candidate due to the fact he has regular insurance and not Medicare Part B. This saddens me as you have a person who is willing to help further the development of hopefully a cure one day, and they're rejected due to insurance coverage. There was another study that he was in, and he was sent home with a medical device to measure his brain waves. And by the time he got home, they called him and said he wasn't eligible because he wasn't deteriorated enough. This whole thing, as my dad's giver, is confusing. I really could use some help. My father is the most selfless person I've ever met. He only wants to help and is being denied on all fronts. I feel the disappointment in his eyes and his voice when he hits a setback. There needs to be more education and research for them and us as caregivers to be able to cope with all of this for our emotions and the person diagnosed with the disease. It is very heartbreaking to see the one person in your life that has always been the strongest person who's slowly disappearing one moment at a time and no way to help. I have looked all over the place and not gotten any real information except for the Alzheimer's Association. We as a state need to do more to help our fellow Marylanders get educated about the disease and help the caregivers with a true support system. Thank you for your time and listening to my dad and I story.
No, you're not speaking.
Yeah.
That's the panel, madam.
Hey, thank you. Are there any questions for the sponsor or this panel? Thank you very much. And we want to thank you for sharing your stories and your experiences with us, and just wish you well. Thank you very much. We do have one virtual witness signed up on the bill, Terry Johnson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Terry Johnson. I am a member of the Maryland Commission on Caregiving and a previous caregiver of my mother who had vascular and Lewy body dementia. I am here to testify on SB 228 as I support this bill and why I feel its passage will help both current and future dementia caregivers. In addition to my testimony today, I encourage you to read written testimony submitted by the Commission on Caregiving. My mom was referred to the Johns Hopkins Alzheimer's Clinic by her primary care physician. She was tested and diagnosed. Neither her physician nor her neuropsychiatrist had any sources of support for me that they shared. I experienced an insurmountable amount of physical, emotional, and financial stress as a result of leaving my job and all of the responsibilities as her sole family caregiver. I was lost and overwhelmed as I watched this horrible disease ravage her brain. There seemed to be nowhere for me to get help of any kind until someone recommended the Alzheimer's Association. They were instrumental by providing support groups, seminars, and information about respite. This legislation will create an outreach program at each local Department of Aging to support and provide assistance for dementia caregivers that I didn't have and that I truly needed. Passage of this bill will be the glue that will connect us to the help we will need to sustain us. This is why I support SB 228 and urge favorable report. Thank you for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you so much. I do not see any questions from the committee, but we thank you for sharing your experiences with us, and that colleagues will conclude the hearing on Senate Bill 228. Thank you all. Have a good afternoon. We'll now turn to Senate Bill 230, Residential Service Agencies, Employee Registry, and Senator Beidel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. So Senate Bill 230 is about residential service agencies employee registry. So this is a registry for folks that are currently involved working in residential service agencies. There's over 30,000 individuals currently waiting for home care services, and we have the third longest waiting list in the Medicaid waiver for home and community-based services. This highlights the rising need for home care services in the state, and Maryland is facing a care gap. There's a projected need for 40% more home care workers by 2024. However, we do not know what our existing workforce looks like. In order to address this care gap, the home care registry would collect the vital workforce data that our state agencies and policymakers will use to see what our workforce adequately meets the needs of Marylanders. As Maryland's aging population grows by 40% by 2030, those who need home care services will continue to rise and have diverse needs such as dementia, Alzheimer's, and developmental disability or behavioral health challenges. My personal experience with family members who rely on home care services pushes me to advocate for our state to be on the forefront of supporting the home care workforce so that families across the state can rest better knowing their loved ones are in good hands. Establishing a home care worker registry is one important step to address in the care gap. We do have some amendments to the bill. We've been provided to the committee in removing lines 19 through 24 on page 2, and I will present that to our staff. So I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 230. Here.
Hi, for the record, Eric Altamiro, Alzheimer's Association, here in support of Senate Bill 230. Alzheimer's, the most common form of dementia, is a disease that gets progressively worse over time. It's typically characterized by 3 stages. In the early stages, people can have trouble coming up with the right word or name. In the moderate stage, people with dementia can start to withdraw or often feel moody. They may have trouble getting dressed. And as it progresses to the late stage, people can have difficulty communicating and eating and require around-the-clock care. It becomes an extraordinary challenge for dementia caregivers, and home health aides are often essential and necessary. The home care industry, also known as residential service agencies or RSAs, is vital for Maryland. There are also a lot of them. As of July 1st, 2021, OHCQ reports that there are 1,605 licensed RSAs in our state. Yet unlike assisted living facilities and unlike skilled nursing facilities who help our seniors in need, RSAs are no longer required to have an annual inspection. OHCQ only truly ensures quality about these providers and the workers that they employ when there is a complaint and when someone makes time to complain. There are a limited number of other mechanisms out there to ensure the quality of care they provide or how they treat their workforce, which provides essential care. Let us change that and help our most vulnerable Marylanders. I ask for a favorable report.
Thank you, Chair Griffith and members of the Finance Committee for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 230 with sponsor amendments to establish a public home care worker registry. My name is Lorraine Arikat, and I'm the Senior Policy Analyst with 1199 SEIU, the largest healthcare union in the nation, representing over 5,000 workers here in Maryland. Building a strong care infrastructure starts with addressing the care gap. According to the Department of Aging, the Maryland's population of those aged 65 and older is set to increase by 40%. And the projected need for home care workers is expected to increase by 33%, creating 74,000 openings by 2030. Senate Bill 230 is an important oversight tool that will address the care gap in the state. Maryland has a growing, desperate need for home care services, but the state has no idea what our existing workforce looks like. As a member of the commission to study the healthcare workforce crisis here in Maryland, I can say that the state has largely failed in gathering data on home care workers. The only data we currently have is the system called ISAS that tracks when workers check into work, but this data is not comprehensive and is used primarily for Medicaid reimbursement data. We have no way to understand retention trends, training needs, or workforce development areas of growth. Home care workers are some of the most undervalued care workers. As the staffing crisis completely unraveled nursing homes across the state, residents chose to transition back to their homes, but patients struggled to find home care workers. Currently, the state has no way of providing information to the over 30,000 Marylanders on a wait list for home and community-based services. The state has no way of informing policymakers whether our workforce has the skills and training to meet diverse needs, such as a patient who's 11 years old with spina bifida or a 87-year-old with Alzheimer's disease. With the registry, the state has the tools to inform the public and to support the workforce to provide continuity of care. Establishing a home care worker registry is the first step in gathering data to adequately address Maryland's growing need for home care workers. And with that, I urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 230.
Thank you very much. Senator Reedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Senator Bidle, I'm looking at just a couple of the letters of concern or opposition. So the Health Department, they talk about a couple different aspects, but one of the ones brought up, I think, both by them and by a couple of the groups that are maybe concerned with the bill is public access or to some of the information. And do some of the amendments you referenced, are they trying to address that or?
One of the major amendments, thank you for the question, Senator. One of the major amendments is about, like I said, on page 2, 19 to 24, about people that have been victims of domestic violence or other events like that. And so it's a privacy issue, and we have other ways to address that. There's other ways in state, but there's also been a question about the home and mailing address, and the identification number cannot be a social security number. It has to be a different identification number, but we can't request a home and mailing address. So that will not be in the list. So there will be amendments.
And then the other thing, they seem to, a bunch of the letters reference this and the Health Department, that there has to be like a compelling interest or some kind of compelling interest requirement to collect this information, and that this bill doesn't do it. I mean, did you see that? Do you have any comment on that? I'm just curious.
Yeah, and I think that's a matter of opinion, whether or not it's compelling enough to know what our workforce is looking like as we see this elderly population, particularly. I mean, as the person to my left said, there's all kinds of ages that need home health care, but as we see our adult population grow, we really need to know where this workforce is. And I've served on the Workforce Commission for the last year, and one of the things we know is that we don't have good data in Maryland as we try to figure out where do we need employees, where do we need training, what positions do we need to fill. So this will help with all of that.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to working on some of it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any additional questions for the sponsor of this panel? Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony, and we'll call forward Tammy Bresnahan and Michelle Siri. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Tammy Bresnahan. I'm the Director of Advocacy for ARP Maryland, and we thank Senator Bidle for putting this bill, Senate Bill 230, in. Yes, I'm sorry. The care provided in long-term services and support setting is only as good as the personnel who provide it and the information that you get. We wholeheartedly support understanding what the workforce looks like. Long-term services and supports is a critical place in the spectrum for older Marylanders. And we want to make sure that the people that are taking care of them are who they say they are. They have the background that they say they have, and that they are capable of performing the duties that they say they can perform. And we believe that this registry is a good start. We also believe that it's time for the state of Maryland, who pays for Medicaid reimbursement, you'll hear another bill about that pays for a lot of this care, understand that the providers that provide this care have an adequate staff. So with that, you have my written testimony. We thank you for this time, and we ask you for a favorable report with the sponsor amendments to Senate Bill 230.
Good afternoon again, Michelle Siri. I want to thank Senator Bidle both for this bill, but also for the amendments. And really, I'm just here. You have our written testimony. I was here in case anyone had any questions about the amendment asking to remove the victims of domestic violence and sexual assault, but otherwise supportive of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions, so thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
We have signed up Dana Kaufman, Aaron Greenfield. Oh, I didn't see you back there. Good afternoon. They've signed up in opposition to the bill.
Thank Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dana Kaufman. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland National Capital Home Care Association and Lifespan Network, and we are opposed to the bill. I think it's very clear, or it needs to be made clear what this bill is truly doing. Residential service agencies, a list of those agencies can be found on the Office of Healthcare Quality's website. What this is doing is creating a list of the individuals who are employed by them. And the bill does state full name, identification number, job title, gender, home and mailing address, completed trainings, and employer. I understand from the previous testimony that the home and mailing address will be removed. However, it's important for you to recognize that there is already a provision in Maryland law under the general provisions article, which I have cited in my testimony, that basically says that there has to be a strong public purpose for the collection of this information, but also that information has to be collected by the person in interest. This is why for the health occupations, the agencies can try to help the applicants, but we can't submit the application, the information for them. It has to be submitted by the person in interest. So I don't even think that this bill would, this provision would be able to be implemented. Second of all, I'm glad to see that the provision regarding the collection of domestic violence, rape, sexual assault information has been taken out. However, if we are still required to report every employee to this registry, that information could be sent in. And lastly, I just want to point out the last provision that says, at the request of a labor union or similar employee organization, the department shall disclose the information. It does not limit how they would be using that information. And I think that is very problematic. And typically people don't go to unions for consumer information. So with that, I would ask for an unfavorable. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Aaron Greenfield here on behalf of Leading Age Maryland, also in opposition to this bill, and echo the comments from Ms. Kaufman. The bill obviously creates a new administrative burden for RSAs at a time that they can at least have the capacity to do so. I am pleased to hear about the sponsor amendment taking the victim of crime portion out of the bill. Ms. Kaufman mentioned section 4501 of the general provisions article, which I think Senator Reedy was pointing to in his earlier question. But more specifically, I did want to point to page 3, line 1, which, really this bill is a pretty transparent effort to unionize this segment of the workforce. We have no objection to unions or unionizing, but we're not sure that the state of Maryland should be a party to a non-public union campaign, which in many ways this bill appears to be. And to Senator Reedy's point, I'm unsure that RSA employees want their identifying information out there amongst third parties. And for those reasons, we respectfully request an unfavorable report.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for this panel? Okay, seeing none, we thank you for your testimony and your patience this afternoon. We have one virtual witness signed out favorable with amendments. Geneva Stone, good afternoon.
Hi, thank you, Chair Griffith and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Geneva Stone. I'm an author, advocate, and mother. I'm also a member of the task force to study the healthcare workforce crisis. My son, Rob Stone, artist and advocate, has disabilities and complex medical needs. He lives at home with the support of Medicaid waivers. He does not want to live in a facility. As a healthcare consumer and advocate, a home care registry appeals to me. I know there's a staffing crisis because we can't get subs for my son's home nurses through his RSA, and it's been difficult to find home care aides. But beyond that, I really don't know anything at all. Families like mine are simply left in the dark and becoming increasingly distraught. How will our loved ones stay in the community? How can our families function? My dad worked for IBM. From him, I learned that lists and data are the cornerstone to getting anything done. I've been serving on the workforce data subgroup of the General Assembly's Healthcare Workforce Crisis Task Force, and I know for a fact there's just no good data on home care at all. My personal experience over the last 2 decades raising my son has led me to believe that home care has always been an afterthought in Maryland, and it's time that changed. With the home care registry, the state would have data reports on workforce development, training needs, retention rates, and our ability to support our growing need for home care services. And I would like to know how many workers we have and what their training and qualifications are. I understand that this iteration of the registry may not be consumer friendly, but it is the first step in gathering transparent data about our home care workforce. For people with disabilities like Rob, life in the community is a civil right. I urge committee members to issue a favorable report on SB 230 to invest in and strengthen our care infrastructure with state oversight and data. I really feel it's time Maryland got serious about home care. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I see no questions from the committee, so we thank you very much for your testimony, and that will conclude the hearing on Senate Bill 230. Colleagues will now turn to Senate Bill 180, Residential Service Agencies Reimbursement, Personal Assistance Services. Senator Beidle.
Thank you once again, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Pam Beidle, presenting Senate Bill 180. Senate Bill 180 is Residential Service Agencies Reimbursement for Personal Assistance Services. What this bill comes down to is there are a lot of employers who want to hire people as independent contractors. And they do that so they don't have to pay 7.5% Social Security and Medicare. They don't have to pay workman's comp. They don't pay unemployment. And a lot of times these independent contractors don't even realize it until they get a big tax bill, or they get hurt at work, or they, for whatever reason, lose their job and can't collect. So it's a very serious issue for independent contractors. And so most of the home care providers in Maryland are paid by Medicaid, and you'll see a letter from the health department that they're also, the health department's also treating these folks as independent contractors. And they'd like to have until 2025 before we make this effective. I don't think we as a state should be encouraging employees to be paid as independent contractors. And there are very specific guidelines as to what makes an employee and what makes an independent contractor. And one of the main issues is if you have to be on your job at a certain time with certain training, you are an employee. And believe me, these folks have to be there at a certain time. We have round the clock care for my dad. And if one of our caregivers isn't going to show up, we need to know that. We can't just wing it and say, oh, well, they're independent contractors and they'll come to work whenever they feel like it. So it's really important issue, I think, that we treat our caregivers as employees and pay them properly and provide the benefits that they need. And I'm going to stop there and introduce David Rodwin, and he's going to tell you more about why this is an important issue.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, and thank you to Senator Beidle for sponsoring this important bill. My name is David Rodwin. I lead the Public Justice Center's Workplace Justice Project. This bill is about following the law and being good stewards of public money, supporting care workers and those they care for by improving care jobs. When employees are misclassified as independent contractors, it strips them out of the social safety net. They lose their right to sick days. They no longer receive sick days, which is obviously very important when you're providing care for people who might have vulnerable immune systems. Injury rates are very high in care work. They lose workers' comp protection. It generally decreases job quality, increases turnover, worsens the care worker shortage that we have. It's bad for employers that are following the law because they're forced to compete with employers that have margins, higher profit margins. It's bad for consumers who have a harder time finding qualified care workers. There's very broad support for this bill. I think this is the first time that I and Ms. Kaufman are supporting the same bill. I'm very pleased about that. Folks from just about every stakeholder community you can imagine are supporting this. And that's because it's a common sense solution to this problem of state money being used to misclassify workers as independent contractors, which just has so many different ripple effects of harm. There's no additional administrative burden on the Maryland Department of Health because the data is already being produced because of bills that have been passed in previous years. The RSAs receiving this Medicaid money already report to the Department of Health. The workers that are being classified as employees and being classified as independent contractors, we're not asking the state to do anything else in addition, but just to say, okay, well, those that are classifying workers as independent contractors, you can if you want to risk lawsuits, you can continue to do that in the private sector. But with public dollars, we want to make sure that those are good jobs that support workers, keep them in the social safety net, and support consumers as well. So with that, I ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Finance Committee. And thank you so much to Senator Beidel for introducing this very important legislation. My name is Ioana Stoica, and I'm a policy advocate with the Job Opportunities Task Force, a nonprofit organization that works on removing barriers to employment and expanding opportunities for low-income workers, which is why we are here supporting SB 180. Misclassification poses problems on three fronts: for healthcare workers themselves, for businesses who are doing right by their workers, and for local and state coffers. As you've heard and are aware, classifying personal care aides as independent contractors not only prevents them from accessing protections, but is also a gender and racial justice issue, specifically because of the constitution of the labor pool in this industry, which is 90% female and 70% Black. Misclassified workers are paid significantly less on average than workers who are correctly classified, and these individuals end up stuck in a separate and unequal economy in which they are underpaid, put in harm's way, and often left to fend for themselves. But misclassification is not just bad for workers, it's also bad for businesses. In our organization, we work closely with industry and business leaders as we aim to place individuals in well-paying jobs. And we have often heard stories from business owners about having a difficult time competing when they are classifying their employees responsibly and justly. Misclassification is essentially a practice that amounts to unfair competition. And finally, it's also not just bad for business, but it's bad for our state and local government coffers, because workers who are when workers are incorrectly classified, billions of dollars of payroll are never reported to state and municipal governments, which result in lost revenue, which then translates into fewer services provided for low-income workers. This bill does not mandate specific classifications, as you've heard. It would leave this decision up to employers, but it would simply incentivize just classification. Our state should not be subsidizing businesses that do not protect workers, that engage in unfair competition practices, and that negatively impact state revenue. So we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Vice Chair Klossmeyer and members of the Senate Finance Committee. I'm Tammy Bresnahan with AARP Maryland, the Director of Advocacy, and I couldn't have said it better. We support Senate Bill 180. I do think that, and there's one little piece that people haven't said. The people that work for residential service agencies need to know what their employee classification is, and the people that they take care of, the homes they go into, need to know. It's a win-win for everybody if they know that the person that's coming into their house is an independent contractor, say they steal something or they get hurt or vice versa, whatever. When you're an independent contractor, then you don't have any recourse. So we wholeheartedly thank Senator Beidel for bringing this. We've been concerned about long-term services and supports for some time now in the state, and we think that this is a good start in the residential service agency community. So we ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 180.
Hi, for the record, Eric Alchimero, Alzheimer's Association, here in support of Senate Bill 180. Much has already been said, so I'll keep my comments brief and just say and emphasize, you've heard the story today of dementia caregivers. You've heard the story of why this workforce is essential. And I just want to emphasize that misclassification, it hurts the honest home care agencies. And there are some good home care agencies out there. Maryland National Capital Home Care Association serves on the State Alzheimer's Council. There's people like Jeanette Young, who owns a home care facility named Comfort Care that doesn't employ independent contractors. There's a guy involved with Minka named Matt Almond, who does some really good work. And the organization itself does good work. But this is a common sense solution to work on the bad actors in this industry, which nobody wants, because we want to promote, we want to support, we want to empower those agencies that do well and give them the tools so that others can't cut corners. This is a common sense solution. I'm thrilled that Minka supports the bill and I ask for a favorable report.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the panel? Seeing none, must be a really good bill. Okay, the next person coming up, Dana Kaufman, Iona Stroka, Jason Hafer, Lorraine Arquette. Oh, and Sally Dorwick. That we got room for a couple more, I guess. Jason Hafer. Okay, we have Jason, Lorraine Arquette, Iona Stoka.
She does.
Oh, she did. Okay, that's where I got mixed up. I'm sorry. Okay, just go with start. You start.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Again, for the record, my name is Dana Kaufman with the Maryland National Capital Home Care Association. I don't often get called out by Mr. Rodwin for supporting one of his bills, so it's a welcome treat for me. But Minka does support this bill. You've had similar bills in the past that really have gone to where we are right now, and that is requiring that for those residential service agencies that do participate in the Medicaid market and receive state funds, that their workers are classified as employees. This bill, by doing so, will basically align all workers, our agencies who participate in the Medicaid program with each other. It will remove the discrepancies between the two and create more fairness. More importantly for the workers, it will ensure that those programs that you have spent so much time in passing, like paid sick leave, the Family Medical Leave Act, that they will have the ability to receive those benefits. Home care is a difficult profession. Healthcare is a difficult profession, and we want to make sure that the workers that are employed by these agencies have those benefits. We want to bolster the workforce for Marylanders, and we're really hoping that by doing this and making sure that the classification is employees, that we will be able to do more to increase wages and increase quality of life for these workers. And with that, I request a favorable response. And I am just going to say one other thing because his name was called out, but Matt Allman, who was recognized, is here today as well. So it's always nice to hear your name being said in a very positive light.
Thank you. Thank you to the committee. I'm happy to be able to testify or provide my testimony on Senate Bill number 180 today. I have the privilege of working with Matt Allman. I work at Home Centris Healthcare. We are the state's largest provider of personal care services under the Medicaid waivers. We have 5 locations across Maryland, serving over 1 million hours, providing more than 1 million hours of personal care services each and every year to the most vulnerable populations across Maryland. So this bill means a lot to us, and we do things the right way. We do think that that's the way we operate, and we think that this bill helps to bring other folks along in the same manner that we've come along over the years. This bill protects consumers. It ensures properly trained caregivers. It ensures properly supervised caregivers. Some of the hallmarks of an independent contractor model are that you don't provide training and supervision to the worker, but in an employee model, we do those things. We're able to ensure quality and enforce policy, and that's important in any healthcare environment, especially in the home where you have unsupervised caregivers providing or individual one-on-one care in a home without direct supervision all the time. This bill protects caregivers, quite honestly. It ensures that they're paid overtime. So many times times, we heard a bill earlier about bait and switch. I can't tell you how many times caregivers have come to me and said, the agency said they were going to pay me X dollars per hour, but then I worked 50 hours a week and I didn't get overtime for the 10 that I worked. And that's because they were classified as an independent contractor and not eligible for overtime protection. It also ensures that they're paid for travel time. Every bill that this legislature passed that says employer shall is ignored by independent contractors or does not apply to independent contractors because they're not employees. So sick and safe leave and all of those great legislations that come out of this chamber and others are meaningless. It protects the taxpayers and ensures that our tax dollars are spent on quality care that's delivered in the most efficient and productive manner possible. And so, we made this conversion about 4 years ago and did it in about 6 months. So if opposition is brought up that says that this is too costly and takes too long, we've done it. We've thrived as a new agency in an employee model, and other agencies can do it too. So thank you, and we ask for a favorable report.
And Lorraine?
Good afternoon, members of the Finance Committee. My name is Lorraine Aricad, and I am the Senior Policy Analyst with 1199 SCIU. Our union supports SB 180 to prevent home care worker misclassification, and we urge the committee to issue a favorable report. 1199 SCIU, as well as Alzheimer's Association, Public Justice Center, AARP, and many more are part of a larger coalition called Caring Across Maryland, supporting a package of bills. This coalition is building a care movement powered by those directly impacted by our broken long-term care system. The voices of care workers, loved ones, patients, and advocates are calling for a long-term care system that prioritizes quality of care and finally invests in the care workforce. It is long overdue for the state to pay attention to home care workers who are predominantly women of color. As one home care worker said, without us, the entire system falls apart. And she speaks truth to power because home care workers are the backbone of our economy. Through the coalition, our 1199 members who work at nursing homes and hospitals across the state sat down with patients and home care workers and discussed the ways low pay, short staffing, and high turnover are symptoms of systemic flaws, such as when agencies get away with home care worker misclassification. Home care aides like Cynthia Neely and Terry White, who cannot testify today due to their work schedules, shared how low wages, lack of paid leave, lack of paid travel time, and denied overtime pay impacts their ability to make ends meet. Not only does turnover hurt patients, it also overburdens the rest of the care team. SB 180 puts an end to wage theft through misclassification and business owners who profit from lower costs, all while our most vulnerable workers and patients suffer. 1199 SCIU urges the committee to protect workers from exploitation and support common sense legislation that will bolster our care infrastructure. And with that, I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Sally.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Sally Dworak Fisher, a senior staff attorney at the National Employment Law Project. We are an advocacy organization that specializes in employment law and policy, and we are here in strong support of SB 180. You have our written testimony before you, so I won't belabor the points made there, but SB 180 in a nutshell is a good government response to a very serious problem. I think it's worth emphasizing that each time an agency or any business mislabels an employee as an independent contractor, it causes three distinct harms. First and foremost, to the employee who's deprived of bedrock workplace protections, minimum wage, overtime, you've heard about sick leave, workers' compensation, unemployment insurance. And this is particularly an issue for a workforce that's disproportionately women and people of color. In that way, independent contractor misclassification also exacerbates race and gender income inequality. Second, it hurts honest businesses, which you'll hear more about shortly, in that misclassifying businesses pocket the up to 40% of payroll costs that they would otherwise have to pay for employees. And third, it hurts government and government coffers, in that misclassifying businesses also fail to pay their fair share of social insurance programs, including, for instance, unemployment insurance. In a nutshell, Maryland has an interest in ensuring that its dollars are put to good use and not committing labor violations like misclassifying workers as independent contractors. And for those reasons, we urge a favorable report on SB 180. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, I would just like to ask you, Ms. Kaufman, if you can stick around until we're finished, because I do have a question to ask you about this.
Okay.
And it kind of doesn't really go into the committee part. So, okay, thank you. Next we have Alex Petrikov.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Alex Petukov. I am a partner at a small residential service agency in Maryland, servicing Medicaid, as well as private pay and Holocaust survivors, and have been in business since early 2002. We've seen many trends in employment law over the years. Currently, we're seeing a push from 1099 to W-2 employment model. We strongly believe this is a mistake and would lead to a much lower caregiver shortages that are already in this underserved community. There are more than 1,600 RSA agencies in Maryland, and we believe about 50% of Maryland RSAs currently use 1099 contractors. That's potentially 800 agencies that would be negatively affected, and sudden change and a surprise to the way they have to do their business model. The ability to use contractors has been embedded in Medicaid and the Community First Choice program, Community Options, and Community Personal Assistance program since its inception. This is nothing new or illegal. The transition would be overwhelming, burdensome, and negatively affect many small senior care agencies like us. In our experience, caregivers look for work with agencies such as us because, in our experience, caregivers work for more than one agency at a time, making this a good case for a contractor model. Caregivers, additionally, prefer to work 1099 and come to agencies like us specifically because we have the ability to give them contractor work. They prefer to have control over their schedule, over the number of hours they work, over the client and the location. I respectfully request unsatisfactory vote on SB 180. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions? Okay. Senator Reedy.
So I'm still somewhat new to some of these issues here in the committee. I'm curious. So can you elaborate? Having contract employees allows flexibility for the company, obviously. It also gives the workers flexibility. Is that fair to say? Or
correct. What's
the benefit for the employee of a 1099?
Correct. The caregiver can accept or decline a case. They do not have to work. If you're a W-2 worker, the agency tells you to go somewhere, you show up. You have no choice. When you're a 1099 contractor, you have the ability to accept or decline. You could say, I refuse to go into evening shifts because you only want day shifts or only while your children are at school.
But when you're 1099, you're not getting benefits usually, correct?
Correct.
But that's your choice.
Correct.
So how many, if you don't mind me asking, how many folks, and you may have said, how many folks do you employ?
About 150 caregivers.
Across how many facilities?
We have one office in Montgomery County.
Okay.
But we can serve the whole state of Maryland.
Okay. So if this bill passes, your business model has to change dramatically, or are you not?
It does. It does. So as was mentioned earlier, there's an infrastructure that's set up for clocking in, clocking out, and payroll. So the state doesn't have to do anything, but the agencies are going to be overwhelmed with the burden of having to change all of their software, re-sign contracts with all caregivers. Caregivers will leave because they are working with an agency for a particular reason, which is contractor availability. They will go to other facilities. For example, currently caregivers can come and go, right? Such facilities like senior facilities, hospitals, all do W-2 work. They cannot do contractor work. So all of a sudden, the pool of caregivers that we draw from will not be available anymore. They can go to these other situations. So all of a sudden, all the available caregivers will leave to different industries within healthcare.
Because there are many other healthcare industries where this is allowed.
Well, or they can go do W-2 work. Why work with home care if they can just work W-2 anywhere else?
But why wouldn't they do that now?
Because we give them the ability to be a contractor. They can come and go. They cannot be a contractor in a hospital as a W-2 worker.
Right.
They cannot be a contractor.
And they would choose the hospital over you?
I think so. I mean, the hospital can, bigger buying power, right? There's certain advantages to being home care.
Okay, and last question, and I know we're here at the end. You're not breaking the law now, though, correct?
We're not. We've been audited twice in the past 2 years, and
you're not going to tell me on the camera you're breaking. But I mean, right now, your business model, as far as you know, is not in violation of any law.
We're not.
Okay, all right.
Neither are the 600 other agencies that are doing this. This isn't anything new. As previously stated, many of agencies have done this, even the big ones. They have just converted.
The concerns you heard raised by the panel of proponents as to why contract is so bad, I mean, is that you obviously don't agree. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Welcome. Madam Chair has a question.
Thank you. Just a brief question. If I understand the bill correctly, it impacts those who are serving Medicaid populations. So what percentage of your patients are Medicaid?
We're mostly Medicaid.
Okay.
We also serve some Holocaust survivors, some private pay, and some insurance clients as well.
Okay. And you say mostly?
90%.
Wow. Okay. All righty. Thank you very much. That's all, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. We have one more virtual. Christopher Meyer.
Thank you, Vice Chair Klaus Meyer and members of the committee. My name is Christopher Meyer. I'm a research analyst at the Maryland Center on Economic Policy. We support Senate Bill 180 because it would guarantee bedrock protections to home care workers and strengthen this workforce in the long run. This committee has already heard about the home care labor shortage, the importance of job quality, and the outsized harm done to women of color. So I won't belabor those points. To quantify the effect of tax shifting through misclassification, specifically on payroll taxes, a typical home care worker in Maryland took home $14.08 an hour in 2021. But this overstates these workers' true pay. Because of tax shifting, a misclassified worker at that hourly rate is equivalent to an employee who's paid only $12.91 an hour. Senate bill does not preclude flexible arrangements between employers and workers. As we learned this afternoon from Senator Hedelman's bill, there are a lot of different scheduling and other structures used in an employment relationship. This bill simply ensures that agencies acknowledge the employment relationship that in almost all cases already exists. Misclassification also increases pressure on the state budget. Home care workers are care experts. They're not tax experts. When I'm feeling generous, I might characterize myself as a tax expert, but I'm certainly grateful that payroll handles withholding for me. Misclassified workers aren't so fortunate. Ending Medicaid misclassification would put the complexities of tax administration back in the hands of trained professionals. That's good news for both workers and the state budget. It would ensure that income taxes are accurately withheld. It would stanch one source of revenue loss, and it would protect workers from inadvertently accumulating tax debt. Senate Bill 180 will make it easier to meet Marylanders' home care needs. It will guarantee workers protections, make home care more attractive, and strengthen the workforce. Thank you. I ask for a favorable report.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Meyer? With that, thank you very much. And thank everyone in the room for staying here until the bitter end here. So it's been a long day. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry because.
We have one more bill, colleagues. We're going to turn to Senate Bill 214, Senator Ellis, and he's presenting Employment Harassment and Intimidation Reporting Workplace Psychological Safety Act. And thank you, Madam Vice Chair, for holding it down while I stepped out. Good afternoon, Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the distinguished Finance Committee. I want to announce that I am the bitter end. So, so thank you for your patience, for being here. So I'm here to present Senate Bill 214, the Workplace Psychological Safety Act. This bill is similar to another bill I brought before this committee 3 years ago, in that it brings some new concepts that we need to consider. And 3 years ago, the bill I brought before this committee was to authorize doula services for Medicaid patients. And the then chair said, Senator Ellis, what's a doula? And so it was an educational thing we did the first year, and we brought it back, and it took 3 years to pass, which is now law. And hopefully this bill will be maybe not that torturous, but bring some new concepts to this body as far as an issue that's very important in the workplace, and quite a few constituents have reached out to me about. Well, this bill established requirements related to the reporting of incidents of employee harassment and intimidation, including provisions requiring the reporting of incidents by employees to the Commissioner of Labor, and they allow persons to report incidents of alleged harassment or intimidation of an employee to Department of Labor. This bill defines what workplace psychological safety is. It talks about electronic communications, harassment and intimidation, which is intentional conduct, including oral, physical, or written conduct, or intentional electronic communication that creates a hostile work environment. Things that are motivated by actual or perceived characteristics of an employee in certain protected classes, sexual orientation, gender, religious, racial, that involve threatening or serious intimidation. Harassment or intimidation also includes the hiring of incompetent subordinates to work for a manager who are responsible to get the work done. Sabotage of employees' work, the public discipline of employees, taking of credit from another person's work. And I'll skip over in the interest of time. There's a long definition page in the bill. So I just want to go forward to say that in spite of no witnesses here today, there's 17 individuals that weigh in on committee testimony, written form, orally, otherwise, showing some support, some are against the bill. I just want to go through a organization that wrote in, a director of volunteers and partnership at an organization called End Workplace Abuse, which is a volunteer-led and volunteer-driven core of advocates for psychological safety in the workplace. And it talks about, I'll read directly from the testimony, it says, workplace bullying cases are grounded in implicit bias. Bullies typically target women, people of color, and disabled, members of the LGBT community, and the oldest and youngest members of our workforce, including individuals whose identities do not align with society's power norms. However, our laws have not protected these workers, and they face many hurdles in seeking justice, including the imposition of proven intent. Proof of intent is a legal mechanism that makes our discrimination statutes virtually useless. Another obstacle is that the EEOC, which is the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, and state commissions investigating discrimination are severely under-resourced and overburdened. And so I'll skip forward to an organization that is against this bill, and that's the Maryland Judicial Conference. Now, of all the bills I put in almost five sessions, I've never heard from the Maryland Judicial Conference, which is the Maryland courts. They weigh in on this bill saying they're against it. And it's really interesting why they say they're against this bill. I'll just read from their letter of testimony. It says, also, the definition of harassment in this bill overlaps in part with the current definition of anti-discrimination laws, but also adds things that are outside the scope of potential forms of harassment or intimidation, like hiring incompetent subordinates and treatment that is based on physical appearance or socioeconomic status. Neither of these two characteristics are protected under state or federal law. So as lawmakers, our job is to make sure if something is outside the law, and if it's a problem in society, for us to bring it into the law and to say, hey, basically, let's add this to protections for individuals in our workplaces who are in the protected classes, but somehow fall outside of written, currently enacted statutes. Therefore, colleagues, I want to end my testimony and ask for a favorable decision on Senate Bill 214.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the sponsor? Seeing none, that concludes the hearing on Senate Bill 214. It also concludes the hearings for today on legislative proposals. However, colleagues, we will come back in 5 minutes for a voting session. Don't go far.